Hello, how you guys doing? Making sure all the switches are flicked, all the things are on. It looks like I actually did it right for once. And I just like blew, oh my god. It's like I actually know what I'm doing. The heck? It's wonderful. Oh, need to switch on the, okay. One thing, but that's not that hard. Let's just flick on the camera. There we go. I gotta say, I really like having lots of switches and levers to pull in order to make stream go. That is how it should be. You know what I mean? Like when you start something important, you should have to flick a whole bunch of levers and like, kerchunk. I need a kerchunk to start stream. I don't have one of those yet. But the camera has a little click click. It's got a good click click. And then this has a, okay, I need more buttons to press. I want to like stim button presses when I start stream. Happy Pi Day? Oh yeah, Mario Day was the other day. I didn't see anyone celebrating, including Nintendo. They talked about it, but they didn't do any sales, so I don't really know how it's a, I don't know if Stream Deck is gonna be the thing, man. It's gotta be something, it's gotta be like crunk, you know, like pull the lever crunk kind of shit, you know? Like it really needs to be a big chunk thing. A big power shut off in the back. Oh my god, that would be such a cool way to start and end streams. Let's just go over the wall and be like, we're done. Boom. Have a fewer levers that aren't the right one that do funny shit, like a fart sound. Even funnier if there's multiple levers and it just switch. Oh man. What if there were multiple levers and it, like each one does something different each time? That's totally possible. Like I would just need like a I mean, I'm spitballing. We don't actually have to do this, but it's wild that you guys are like, yeah, hell yeah. I mean, it's just got to like hook up to USB, I would assume, and then you could just have it work like a Stream Deck, however the fuck that works. I know you can set up custom buttons for, I want this for me. Okay, fair enough. I was looking at over retopologizing or whatever the hell it's called. I'm scared. Odd Merit, thank you for the 6 months of support / orthogonal on that one. Thank you guys. Let me flick over to this. I should probably have it where you guys can actually see yourselves. Where's chat? There's chat. There we go. So I was trying to find this. This is the one that someone was talking about yesterday. There was a video I watched that explained what was going on with how it's good. And so I found it, and I don't know how much, like, I don't even know what it does, really. So I'm trying to figure out how to install it. Now, normally you would just hit the code button and download the zip, but they claim that GitHub does something weird. Where is it? Blender has issues with zip files that GitHub automatically packages with the green code button on the main GitHub page. Do not use the zip files created by GitHub. Instead, use the officially packaged ones that we provide through the Blender Market or the GitHub release pages. Okay. No, I don't ever want to learn Terminal. I basically don't want to learn anything that makes chat go, oh god, we're going to have to learn. Like, Rev's gonna have to learn such and such. I don't even know what that means. Releases to the left? Does it need a ... That's the right. You see this? This is... The ... feels, yeah, don't do that, man. All right, so then I guess I install this one. We got there. Yeah. Because I tried installing it once, and then it was like, don't use that one. And I'm like, okay, that might explain it. All right. So then we go back, and it says, do I unzip it, or you'll need to recompress it before installing? Okay, so don't uncompress it. And then you would go into preferences and install, and then you would go to downloads, and then it would be there. Jesus fuck. I saw it. There it is. Install add-on. There's a really cool one where if you already have a pre-built mesh that'll work with it, you just sort of like, oh, you mean just command line shit? I know some of that. I avoid it as much as I can because, like, it's scurry and confusing. Okay. So the B surfaces thing, like, it's cute, but it doesn't work for some reason. This is the fella for my game. He's got the head of, like, a possum, but the body of an eel, the arm of a whale with the muscle structure all screwed up, and then he's got an eye finger, and then he has like a T-Rex copy of his other arm that doesn't do much of anything aside from look weird. And then he has a face that does not function really. It's just for like goring and biting. And then he uses his stomach, which has like psst. I'm thinking, like, have you ever seen bombardier beetles? I'm kind of thinking something along those lines, combined with like a Venus flytrap, where it's just like you hold it in with the thing, and then you, like, the finger is meant for investigating, like stuff that he can't get into or pulling stuff out to get to it. Okay, so we have this. Start new from, I guess I would want to activate something. We don't want to do that. The penis flytrap. Part of me feels like I should probably fix up the face some, because like the bottom of the mouth looks a little weird. I'm gonna probably just delete this one because that didn't work. All right, so where is that? Okay, that's the bottom jaw, and then top of skull. Top teeth inside. Okay, so we can do a little work on like the bottom jaw, and I kind of figured out how to thin this out. What's a good song to listen to? This one's pretty okay. Hold on. Right. Okay, so that was a garbage disposal. Here it is again. That's the one YouTube link that I have for music that's not overclocked remix. Awesome. Like and subscribe for more sound effects. Let's put a fork in the garbage disposal. Yeah. All right. So what song should we find? There's some game that someone was recommending that has like spooky chill vibes. And it wasn't Castlevania. It was some indie game that came out recently, I think. Night in the Woods? Night in the Woods would be an okay choice. Have you noticed how YouTube sucks for some reason? Like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I tried sulfur. I don't know as if that's the vibe that I want to go. Should I add a tongue? I think that's part of what's missing here. I'm gonna add a tongue. To me, that sounds like a circle. I think, or not a circle, excuse me. A sphere. I don't know why he would have a tongue, considering it doesn't really do anything for him. But I noticed that the ads suck, yeah. Oh, it's doing that thing where it's, yeah, don't do that. It's not the worst, actually, here. So my plan for today is that I'm going to do this for a minute, then we're going to try and retopologize it, and then from there, something, we play video games. Either Balatro or Voices of the Void, y'all's choice. I haven't installed the new Voices of the Void, so I'll have to go and get that. But that's not a big deal. Done. There's Through the Fire and the Flames in Fortnite now. I do play Balatro like at 2 a.m. sometimes. Just can't sleep, just play Balatro until I'm tired. Sometimes laying down is like the worst thing for like trying to sleep. Like actually laying down doesn't work. So like sometimes I just have to like, instead of trying to sleep, I try not to sleep, and then my body is like, no, I really want to sleep, and I'm like, bitch, you don't go to bed until I say so. And then it's like, okay, and then eventually we're at a point where it's like, okay, no, I'm actually like so tired I can't function anymore. Can we go to bed now? And my body is finally like, okay. If his tongue's like weird and asymmetrical, I don't really give a shit. He's a monster, he can be asymmetrical. Symmetry makes beauty. This is a, what does this look like with the top of the skull? Like, not as bad as you'd think. I think I'm gonna flip it over because like there's a potential that you'll see the bottom part of the tongue. Like that's good enough for the backside. Oof. Yeah, I've been having a bit of sleep issues as well recently. I think it's mostly the cats. Cause they're just wild, man. What we want is called a knife switch, fittingly. Okay, so like, animal gator tongue, maybe? Animal tongue game? What the fuck does that mean? Bears have fucked up tongues. Most of them have like a little crease down the center. I think it's the sides are also like too smooth. Like, not that they need to be like kind of plays the same song right back to back, which is kind of weird. My cats do love, well, Herman likes water. He likes staying in the tub after we take a shower. Like, he hops in immediately after you hop out to just be like damp. We call him a damp scamp. We're gonna smooth it a bit afterwards. Abby is weird about water. She's got a stub nose, right? So she doesn't know where the water line is. So she has to put her face, like, if she puts her face in it, like, she'll get it up her nose. So she opts not to do that. Instead, like, drinks it with her paw half the time. But every now and then you'll hear her try and she'll start sneezing, and it's like, you just tried to drink some water too fast or something, kiddo? I honestly have no idea how to fix that. That's just like a her thing that she's gonna have to deal with at some point, I guess. But she seems to have an okay solution to it. Like, yeah, Abby has to like scoop it out. She like sips it off of the fur on her beans. That's actually a pretty good tongue. I don't think we need to do anything else. Body and bottom jaw. I would like to, I think I need to fix the jaw a little bit. It's like a little too squared off. And I've gotten better at doing this. Like, I understand some of these tools now after fucking around with this program some, so I think we're gonna save before I do this, though. I think I have to go out, click on it, then go to sculpt mode. The tongue actually does a lot to be able to, like, clean this up in a way that, like, can we deflate? Need to fix up the top part of the skull as well. Abby is Babby. We all know this. We all love her for this, but she is Babby. Actually, where are the teeth? Okay, good. I want to make it so that way his lips don't get in the way of his teeth. Like, they kind of come in a bit there. This area feels weird to me, but I think with texturing or something, I think it'll be fine. And I think we can dig out his nose a little bit more. Like, we can make it a little deeper. I'm gonna save before I do that. Big old nose on that one. I don't want these big pointy bits. I just wanted there would be a little bit more definition to where his nose is. You've made it pointy. You know what? We're just gonna Control Z back off of that because that just was wrong. It's because I don't have Dino Top on, or whatever the fuck this thing is. That's the make shit look pretty button. What's for lunch today? I don't know, actually. Should probably figure that out in a minute. God, now I'm hungry. God damn it. I'll probably do, I think there's still some stir fry. I'm not sure on that one. My wife is just getting better and better at making bread. Like, the raisin bread she made is so fucking good. She's really partial to like the regular white bread that she made. I'm just really excited that we can have like good quality bread without having to pay an arm and a leg for it. Like, that's hugely exciting, and like she just does that for the week, like on the weekend. She'll set it up for us so we have bread for the week, so we don't have to buy. You know, this music is not really what I'm looking for right now. What am I looking for? This will do fine. Pasta is your carb of choice. That needs to be a little subtler. And then like this needs to be like not as deep. It might be okay for it to be that deep because of the I will keep recommending the Age of Empires 2. I've been wrong in the past about music, so let me go get it. Age of Okay, and then I think we also need to fix the shoulder, because that looks just like a sphere that I plonked on here. This one looks a little bit better, but it still needs a little integration work. All right, where'd Crab Arm go? Crab Arm is here. All right. I'm not sure if I need to do that, but it definitely feels like I do. Maybe I actually inflate there rather than deflate. Yeah, it's like that. So that way I can kind of smooth it down. I showed my mom a clip of Tilda just throwing a mug of boiling. The water was not boiling, but the oven was hot. Crease sharp. Crease. Control left click. Can give you some nice clean edges, but you need to use low strength. All right, let's use low strength and give that a go. I see. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I need to... I honestly don't know how his, like, rib cage can handle this shit, but whatever. It makes it creepy if we don't understand things about him. Congrats, Freya. I know you were looking there for a minute. Dude, the market is so rough right now. You are goddamn lucky. It's not so much that I'm into Blender, it's more that I need to use Blender so that way I can do the things I want. I begrudgingly make games because I want there to be finished game project. Oh shit, I didn't realize you begrudgingly learned the least worst 3D modeling software. Yeah, no, that's more accurate. I'll take that one. I'm sure it fucking has. I'm proud of you for getting a job that you're able to find. Like, I'm glad you were able to find one. Yeah, here's hoping that's a good gerb, but a gerb that gets you money is a good enough gerb right now. Where's the one where it just like, it's this one. It's still just kind of plonked on there, isn't it? Let's just make this shoulder muscle just a lot smaller then. It's retail, but I'm experienced, so it's perfectly good for me. It's fine. It's money. Just kind of trying to get a vibe of what it's going to look like in the end. So when you retopologize, when you're trying to make it so that way it actually works as a model, well, a bunch of people just got laid off government-wise, so, you know, with very specific skill sets in tech and security. And, so, you know, they got to find jobs right now, too, in an already not great job market. It's just, I'm glad I have this job. Let me put it that way. Yeah, I hate the resume farming shit. That's just... that doesn't feel like it should be a thing. You know what I mean? Like, they should not be... I don't know why they do it. I think it's a tax break thing or something. Like, I don't quite get what the scam is or why you would go through the trouble. We tried to find someone, but we couldn't, so we decided to outsource cheaper. Okay. It's that. Gotcha. I haven't looked into that one enough to understand what the scam is. But it feels like a scam, doesn't it? That looks, okay, first off, better, and second off, just like it fits better. I think I'm gonna try your crease thing you were talking about. Probably needs to be a little bit smaller than that. Not really sure what I'm affecting here. I might be too small. Something I've never said. Let's try smoothing the underside a bit. I really like the smooth tool. That, especially at Detopo is not on. LinkedIn sucks ass. The crease is more effective when you're at a higher resolution. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go super high res on the armpit. I just want it to do whatever it needs to do in order for it to work. So I think that's probably just not a good use case of it, but it's a good idea. It's useful to have. Nice thing to have in my back pocket, but I need to just kind of like flatten with smoothing this fucker. I'm sure you did. Because it's like, when we first got up here, I was looking for a job as well. Because I was just like, we just need money. You know? We needed income was the issue. we make more than enough money to rent any of these places, but you need to have 3 or 4 times rent to find a place up here in Maine. So like if rent is, let's say like 2,000, then you're expected to make 6,000 to 8,000 a month. Which just feels bullshit to me, but you know, what do I know? I feel like 2 times rent is more than enough. If you get a text interview and they give you a ridiculous list of stuff, they say, yeah, if they want you to buy shit for them, then it's not an interview, it's a scam. Oh, it's because the radius is so big. Why are you sideways with it? That's like not the right shape at all. Stop being that way. This one doesn't need as much definition. Part of me thinks that I should add veins or something to it. Just to give it some more texture, but also part of me feels like that, especially with the palette that I'm doing, you may not see any of this like extraordinary detail. So then it becomes like hard fucking, why did I work that hard? I think the main thing is I need to squash this bit up here. So that way it actually kind of turns into more of a triangle and less of a circle. Add veins in the normal map, not on the model itself. Sounds good to me. Not sure why it's got such a weird shape on this arm. Something's up. The new Garten of Banban looks peak. Awesome. I forget what that is, but it's good for people who enjoy it. The new Ghost is pretty fucking banger. It reminds me a lot more of like Infestimum, like Year Zero kind of shit. Satanized. It's the game that has models with like 1 billion polygons for no reason. Like that one single is like, okay, all right, return to form. You got your shit together. He can have kind of a worthless arm, but I do need to like... I'm really worried about how smooth that looks. Like, there's so many polygons. This might be a good use for, like, bring it out, then bring it down. Oh. No, don't, oh, right. Hold down shift. There it is. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Let's go. Relevant video about what? Oh God. The most violent typology I could find. All right, now shift with a small radius and small strength. It doesn't necessarily have to be small radius. Small strength. My god, the number of polygons in this fucker. The first minute of that video made me feel ill.
If you're familiar with designing 3D models, it is almost guaranteed you've made one or two models that toe the line of poorly optimized and downright illegal.
What the fuck?
There's no shame in it. Personally, I think it's fun to hit the subdivide button as quickly as possible on high poly assets, email the results to various Valve employees, and post it to the Blender subreddit asking for tips. But even more than that, I enjoy seeing the downright horrendous models that have actually been released to the public.
My god.
Products. Not all terrible models are alike, however. They differ quite heavily in both density and importance in the topology hell mythos. There are layers to this, not quite like an iceberg.
Okay. Sure. I mean, listen, there's a few crimes going on in this guy as well. I'm gonna show you, like, the less you can see, that scares me. I don't think there should be that many vertices. That seems like a few too many. Okay, it's not as many as you would think, but it's more than it ought to be. Let's see how bad it is. The body is pretty okay. The fin is a little weird. I don't even know what the fuck with that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bone dry? Okay, where are humans on that scale? Is that like 3? I wouldn't say he's really sloppy, because like he's probably more dry than not. I would say he's probably like a 3 or a 2. For the record, you probably want to animate, if you want to animate a model, you typically want quads rather than arbitrary triangles. If anything, the ribs are too low poly. Yeah, I could see that. This arm is too high poly. Like, we could probably kill like half the polygons in that and not change how it looks. The face looks like somewhere in the region of something that's reasonable. Okay. Not doing that. We just have a save file going for it. We don't need to like copy it. I'm used to copy paste and then like go from there with shit. What do you got going on here? Why can I see the scene? You know what? I'm gonna just assume that's some weird graphical glitch, and I'm not gonna pretend like that's real. Where is this sphere? Oh. Goodbye. And this cube? Spine. Do you know how to lower the poly count without altering the shape? Man, like, I don't know how to do a fucking thing. I'm really just going on the fact that no one has noticed first. and then go from there. Like, I will now worry about that. Faces, 219,000. I think that this is about as done as the model's gonna be. We might have to do some stuff to like that. Now I have to worry about retopologizing and shit. I don't know what we've changed, but we'll save it anyway. All right, so Retoflow. Why don't we do like one bit at a time? Let's do the head. Start from active. Do you have a duplicated layer on top? Yes, apparently. How the fuck does this work? Either click the cursor or active buttons next to new. We'll create a target mesh located and oriented by the 3D cursor. Active will create a new target mesh located and oriented by the active selected mesh. Okay. Select the retopo target mesh. Okay. Either click on the triangle or square button next to Retoplow and choose one of the tools from the thing. What? Well, they don't seem to do anything. Is it like an issue with the ones that I've picked, or what's okay, we got like little bumpies. I was watching a video on Retopology and they were talking about these, and that like that's something that this tool can fix. Am I control left mouse button? Okay, so you have to press control for this. Got it. Okay, now connect to that fucker over there. Yeah, be friends. Is there a mirror symmetry? Okay, let's undo this and then do symmetrical. We can do that on some of this. So some of this is, and I don't remember which one we were. All right, so like, what does the inside of the eye need to look like? Oh? Symmetry is enabled on the x-axis, but the vertices were found on the wrong side of the symmetry plane. Yeah? The symmetry thing seems to be having some issues. We're gonna just pretend it doesn't exist. Strokes. Okay, so in the middle, we want a square. But until we get that square, we want to just like... Now, it is like clipping through parts of his cheek. So maybe we go to like there instead. That one was kind of bad. So the inside should be a square of some sort. You want shorter strokes to maintain that. Frozen Titty, how you doing, my dude? Welcome back. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Duplicate mirror it. That's a good idea. I probably don't need this many. I could probably like space them out a bit. As long as like there's a bit of a flat area, I'd imagine I'm safe to do like a bigger area. It's only when there's like a noticeable like actual change in height that I should like give a shit about. So like here, there's a different bit there. So we need to go until here, probably cut those and then just make one here. Little bit earlier. Okay, and then now we do a big one that goes up here. And that's better. With good edge flow, you should be able to... Uh-huh. What? Okay, let's get the music back. Okay, is there a way to make you friends? Be friends. Not you. There we go. Cool, okay. And I'm just gonna do half of his face here. What is this one from? I've been hearing it a lot recently, so it must have been on some other soundtrack. Should I keep going from here with this? Animal Crossing? Got it. Am I doing this right? That feels wrong to be dragging it out that far. But I bet you it's fine. Hello? Fuck if I know? Okay, cool. I see. So if you're already going from one... Okay. We're trying to do this in as few polygons as possible. Like, that's the whole point, right? Can this be one here? Okay, let's just redo that bit. Something's weird there. I think the angle I need to be coming from is like... And then I think if I do this and then draw a line here, it'll connect all of them up. Hey! Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. We have to lock down. Give me a second and I'll give it to you. Oh, okay. Raylord has it. Okay. Topology guide. Placing edge loops. Okay, if you already have a sculpt, you can use the sculpt as a base on how you want to shape edge loops. Okay, so anytime you have like an edge, like you want to have an edge loop. And this makes it happy about curving? Okay, so where do we have an edge that it can practice on the skull? Not like one where it needs to move. You should avoid making triangles. Okay, triangles are bad. Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Basically, in order to permit anyone, I have to type in !permit and then your name. Which most of the time your names are too long and complex and I have to like... Okay. So these are happy shapes? Try to avoid triangles, but if you get some... I see. So if a part is supposed to move, then definitely don't make it a triangle. And that's why you get those stabby bits, right? Because the triangle is trying to do a thing. And that's going to create triangles. Okay, so... Okay. Polypin. I see. I think strokes is... Wait, what's contour? Oh, okay. That's not for this. That's for like the teeth and shit. Can you stop fighting me? Can you stop being a bitch? No. Select less things. Okay, cool. It's probably worth it to delete the triangles you got since the tool you're using is designed to handle edge loops. The strokes thing? I just want this one vertex. King, the button's literally labeled loops. It's called strokes. That one's loops. Use the select tool. Okay. I got it. Another thing to keep in mind is you can make separate loops, then connect them to one another later. Okay, so like don't necessarily worry about it yet. I think it would be cool if he could snarl and shit. I understand what the select tool does. All right, later to builder. Select. Okay. But then move. Triangles are bad. It's a little on the fussy side. Cheat or grape? Thank you. Maybe I can like poly strip from here. But then we can select it and grab. Oh, what? Who are you? It's a little upsetting that that exists. Yeah, we call it illegal. If you try and move while there's a cat on you, that's illegal, and you should be shot for it. So sometimes, like, I don't have to get up to do shit because the boy is like, what if I need to shit? Shit yourself. Not poly strips. Strokes. Well, that's gonna create a fucking triangle or two. Or not. Okay, cool. That's not how I would have done that, and it would have been wrong had I done it that way. Thank you for knowing what the fuck to do. Program that I installed. Try to avoid polys with more than 4 edges. I'm kind of tempted to delete this guy and see what happens. I see, it sucks. Okay, cool. Good to know. Wish I wasn't grabbing both corners there. Is this going to be a problem that there's like these two are not connected? Because like there's nothing connecting that guy. Like there's not another point. It's just kind of vibing there. Move them up so they both merge. Okay, fair enough. I probably should fix that. That slope there needs a little bit more respect than it's getting. So squares are happier polygons, but like that's a square. It's a rectangle technically. A lot of engines that only use tries like Unreal convert stuff automatically. Use the knife to cut a new line. I guess I could cut it from... All right. I don't really want to start from anywhere. I just kind of want to like vibe. Okay, there we go. What do you think our pets dream about? I know that Abby and Herman both dream about playing chase. Because you can hear it every now and then, and they're like, they'll make little sounds to indicate that they're like chasing each other. They're good babies. Oh, yeah. Free-floating vertexes are bad. I don't think I've got any of those anymore. I think we got rid of them. Aw, you just wake up your cat. Like, it's okay to wake up a cat during a nightmare, I think. That definitely needs a couple nodes. Like, that shape looks good to me. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Not knowing what the fuck I'm doing is really causing me problems right now. I think we use a poly strip for this bit. And then we worry about how it looks in a sec. Because this is a bit where it's gonna maybe crease and move some, so it needs to have the ability to do that without it being a total ball ache. I think I'm just gonna use the knife tool on this bitch and hello? I mean, that's it, right? I think I've done that wrong. I think I've done this one poly wrong. I need to do it a little bit shorter. Like, let's do it in shorter increments. I want to just be done with this because it scares the shit out of me. But that's not the way to do it. I'm not entirely sure why that's a thing as well. But I've noticed that this tool likes to make excess like vertices. Yeah. I just take meds to make it so I can cat. So if it's going like into the model, that's bad. You got some free floating verts, King? Yeah. There he is. Not really sure where that fucker's come from, but... Not necessary, it just won't conform to the original shape. I might have to just like... God. Okay, so what will happen if that happens? I don't think that this is actually, I don't think you... I think that's actually the model itself clipping in. I don't think that's like a free floating vertex. And that's why it keeps appearing, disappearing when I move it around. So I think we're good on that. Thank you, though. That's an ingon. I'm gonna be honest with you, the ... thing needs to stop. It feels very passive aggressive and petty. Okay. It's okay. I can delete that vertex. A shape with more than 4 verts is a... Okay, so I could delete that vertices, but if I do that, then it doesn't... It's not a happy boy anymore. And we've lost all those. But I think we could just redo it. Maybe we do like a poly strip. And we could simplify this some here in a minute. Maybe get rid of some of these fuckers. How are you feeling today, Luigi guy? Why are you here? Patches are a really good thing for a hole like that. Okay, let me try like a patch instead. Okay, patch. Toggle vertex as a corner. Okay. This is another corner. How am I? I'm doing okay today. I probably need to eat some food. Wife made the coffee really strong this morning, so I only had 1 cup. Okay. Increase the number of segments. F to create patch. F or enter. Okay. I can't seem to get the patch thing to work. Control Shift left mouse button. Maybe I just select all the vertexes first. Okay, now patches, and then plus. No, okay. What's your take on spicy bears? I don't know what the fuck that means, my dude. What? F? Enter? Okay, I just can't get that tool to work for some reason. You need to add a loop to the top for it to work. I'm wondering if I can just like add cuts in the side of this. I guess I shouldn't have deleted that one because this needs to go down here in this corner. And then this guy can go here. I have to add some shit to fix this. Is that an unhappy shape? Because that looks like an unhappy shape. I assume it's an unhappy shape if I can't identify what it's called. Aside from fuck-ass square. Okay, the loop tool, I added edge there. Let's just, Control Z back. Okay, loop. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. For fuck's sake. Grab, you son of a bitch. And then I think we had a loop like... I think Polypin makes... I'm back from lunch. That's neat. Can I have loop? Estoy loopin'? You don't have to go from downtown on the... Oh, motherfuck. What is that? Don't you dare not touch that shit. You can't loop an ingon. And that's the problem with that one, is it's an ingon. All right. If I delete this vertices, will you connect? Okay, you won't. Okay, yeah, no, we can fix that. I'm gonna put this sucker right there, and then I think what we do is we do another poly strip down here. Why does it keep creating this weird fucker? You know what? No, weird fucker goes away. There's just like it creates like two random vertices that are not connected up proper. I still recommend that book. I didn't realize it was a series when I recommended it, so I'm gonna have to like read those, but that series, All the Dust That Falls, or whatever the fuck it was, is pimp as fuck. Pim. You know how people are saying Pim now instead of peak because we can't just talk like normal fucking humans anymore? That's what I'm talking about. Pim is good. It's kind of a stupid meme. When will you be too old for slang? We're fast approaching a point where I don't know what the fuck people are saying anymore. What? I'm somewhat immune because I am a streamer. I have to keep up on like lingo. I did have a thing the other day that like a party I went to, and I told someone like, oh, that's based or whatever, and like, what's one foreign language you want to learn? I used to say Spanish and Russian. I might switch that to French. Well, they were just like, she kind of looked around like, the fuck? And then like a friend of ours was like, he means it's good. And she's like, oh, okay, good. Probably Quebec French. Okay, you fuckers. Everyone needs to get in line. Not handled? No shit? Should I redo everything that's not the eye? I feel like I should use the poly strip thing more than the strokes thing. I think we're early enough on this that I can just delete this shit and use that tool instead and probably be a happier camper. Because I got some weird triangles. I don't know what the fuck is going on with some of these. Can I save you at Oh. I can't save you yet. That's interesting. I would recommend starting low. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that looks all right. Sure, fuck it. Flip Normals has a really good tutorial about Retopology, which is the one I'm using, right? Flipped Normals. Retopology.
Object we want to retopologize, and then we go to Retopology, and then we click create new target. This is going to make this model a target, and it's going to allow us to retopologize on top of that. When we click it, we're going to see this menu popping up, and it's going to go into Retopology mode. This is a mode which has all the tools readily available, and it's
yeah, here's this fucker again.
All the clutter from Blender. As a little heads up, before you are starting to retopologize, you need to make sure that your model is decimated. Currently, this model is around 75,000 points, but if you're bringing something like a 2 million poly model, it's going to break. Nothing is going to work. So if it's really slow for you, first check that your model is really low poly first. So now we are in Retopology mode. Now, just before.
Okay, from the eye to the nose, I'd start off with the entire area being like 4 polygons and adding loops until you get the shape of the jaw and the lip. Should I start over completely? Or did I do the eye? Like, because there needs to be a square in here at some point, right? Like, this needs to connect up with a square. But I'm thinking I can do shit like this. I am not planning on adding an eyeball. It's like, the eye might be a little higher res than you need. It definitely is. It's not even an eye. It's like the socket where an eye would be, but like he's been in the dark so long that he just doesn't have them. It's like you see like nematodes and shit with this. Okay. You can delete / dissolve some edges. I think we need to bring this back over here a bit because those are some big fucking long shitters there. Poly, or can I knife this? Yeah, can we knife it though? From like here to there? And then we can like put this guy up on top of the hill. And that guy on top of the hill. But then that makes that a fuck. Do a loop instead? Will that do all the way around? Oh, there we go. Nice. And it just works. Okay, so maybe we can do like, I can draw like a... For the topology around the eye, you're going to want to create poles. They're basically points where 5 quads converge on a single point. All right, let's try that doing that in the inner eye, because I think I understand what you mean. So why don't I just do like a poly strip of like 1. All right. Because I don't know how to make squares in this mode, I'll be real. Okay, fuck me. Okay, so we've got a square in the middle, and I'd like it to probably be more like a rectangle. So we're going to put it here. The weird fucker that appears sometimes. I'd look up a reference. So can I, like, maybe we're connecting up, like, this to that? Topology pole. I see, right, okay. Why poles are bad? Okay, well, I'm gonna ignore that post because some people can be wrong. Yeah, okay. After looking it up, I think I get it. We might have to do, like, poles into poles or some shit. Because I'm not sure how you go from poles are bad if you use too many. Okay. So we could do, like, that as a square. So maybe I could do, like, from here to there to there to there to there. Cool. Yeah, that's totally what I fucking wanted. Hello. I'm sorry. I don't know how to make squares in this mode, and it looks bad. I apologize. The weird fucker returns. Is that happy or is that sad? Because I can do a bunch of those connecting up to the... And is it specifically 5 have to connect, or can it be whatever? Somehow a duped edge plus vertex. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. I don't know why it does it, because it does it every single time. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I'm not even... Can it be a couple of different squares that this all connects up to? I mean, I would assume so. Because some of these angles are really fuck. Like, I'm looking at this right here. I think I do it with like a square that goes from here to there to there to there. And then this one is here to there to there to there. Okay, yeah, I can do it though. As long as it all connects up. Oh, increase segments. Shift plus down arrow plus... The fuck are you making me do to my hands? Okay. Shift down arrows, down arrow mouse, minus. Okay. Jesus. Loop cut the square in the middle. I don't think I need to here. I think I got this. Can I send you? Yeah, hold on. Permit bins dev log. Hey Freya, how are you doing? I remember one time someone got real mad because I permitted them and they thought I had like temp banned them or something. That was funny. I see. That kind of makes me want to restart this again. It's super nice today, so I want to get out. Dude, I went outside a minute ago. Do you know it's fucking like below freezing again? We have to keep turning on and off the heater. I don't know what the fuck to do with it. Is it gonna be hot today or not? Just give me a fucking sign, universe. Don't check the weather. Just tell me, like, what you feel like doing. Fall, spring? Okay, there's a name for this bullshittery. So this is just like a known issue with living up north. Don't hate me. Okay, cool. That actually went really well. That's the way to do it. Yeah, I need to use polystrip more than strokes. Polystrip knows better than me. Not hating deleting is part of the process. Weird choice, but can I do a loop cut, right? And then I'm just gonna try this. I'm not even asking, I'm just doing. I see why you have to press like specific keys now. It's that way you can not have to jump out of this mode. Fucking I hate this fella. That fella needs to go away. That looks appropriate. And then I think I could probably go like this. Are you using G to move your vertices? Yes. This is a triangle now. What happened? I think it's fine. It's a square, but like they're folded in on itself, I think. Now there's the relax brush. Okay, what do you do? Relax the vertex. Okay, you know what? Let's just use it. Oh. Okay, so that's right? Because that looks good to me. That looks right. Now you need to add some loops to get rid of the tries and you should be good. Okay. So like I said, this one isn't actually a triangle. It just looks like one. It's like a fuck pole. No, triangles are fine. Okay. I'm going to re-relax it because I fucked with it some. And it looks like when it relaxes, it like has a spot where it tries to settle regardless. I'm tempted to loop cut this again. And then stretch that instead. Like so. I think it's easier to build this away than the way I was building. Because this makes sure that I'm getting happy little squares every time. We Bob Ross in this 3D shit here. We want those happy little squares. And I also didn't get, and like, I don't have to try and figure out like I did on the last one, like what's going on. That guy's just a big boy. I think that's okay, right? Like, if the area is just kind of flat, then who gives a shit? And so the knife would be for... I see. For shit like that. And that's not a weird thing or anything. That's a happy. Nope, nope, it's not happy because this is a poly. So I guess I never want to use that. A few big boys are fine? Okay. It's like doing a puzzle, but the puzzle is like a shit math puzzle. How about this? Permit LTB 96. I have to make sure I spell your name right as well. Pardon the sloppy... whatever. Okay, so all around the mouth, we need... yeah, that's the loop cut thing they were talking about a minute ago. So maybe I shouldn't bother with this bit right here until I've done that. I'll probably come back and redo that exact line, but... well, considering he's like... yeah, focus on your loops first. So you do like the eye, you do the ear, like you do any of the bit. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna poly strip from here, and this is gonna be shit. It's not gonna work, but we fix it and then it's fine. Like that's super janky there. If I miss one of those, which I will, what's that gonna do? Yeah, this is fixable for what it is at first. Let's just line up some of these things. We're gonna have to cut some of these so that way we can have like... it feels like I just want to put in the broad strokes first, then fix it up. Is there like a button for the universe will implode? Okay. Well, it's been a good run, guys, but I really need to make this video game, and so if I fuck up, I'm sorry. There's a cleanup function. Target cleaning. Okay, cool. Okay, so then now... I'm so scared of the knife tool because it feels wrong. I think I'm gonna do a loop going sideways. And that should help with the situation there where it's got like a little bit where... I don't know how to describe that better. Oh, what did we do there? This is a add-on for Blender as well, so some Blender people might not know the answer to that. Okay. What is this Harry Potter ass music? No idea. I've been trying to find some more books to listen to. I found one that was like there are two izakais about being a tree. One's about an evil tree and one's about a not evil tree. I mean, I guess the non-evil tree isn't explicitly non-evil, but like he's not explicitly a demon tree. Which is just sort of like, okay. I found one last night that was a guy gets, I don't know if he's evil or not. He's just not explicitly evil. Like, I mean, like, what is good of man? Not to like Socrates this shit, but like, what the fuck is good? It seems like using loop and polystrip is the way to actually topologize right. I think this needs one as well. I think we got to do a few through here. Polypin, I haven't understood. That's for someone who's a little bit better at this than I am, I think. Like, you'd have to be able to imagine the correct shape to draw to make it work. The sword one has been... I hate this. Okay, I get that I'm reading trash, but I want my trash to be better, right? So anyway, there's this trope in izakais where it's just like, you know, they point out that they know that they're in an izakai. Yeah, still have time to swallow some weird shit to make your doctor explore. Make it like a treasure map, man. I don't even want a fancy one. I just want you to stop telling me that you're in an izakai. Like, breaking the fourth wall within the first 2 pages is, like, annoying as shit, and I wish they would stop doing it. No, it already happened. I got ulcers? Oh. Huh. Well, you missed your shot. How are you feeling? When am I just recreating the exact same model and not changing anything about it? What is going on here? Is that clipping? They put me under anesthesia for better sleep for the first time in months. That's good. The thing about overlapping geometry is the only issue if it fucks up major silhouettes. Like looking straight on from the side, front to top. Okay, so 3, 4, 7. So if I can see it when I go to those weird angles, or those angles, then we're better. Three, 1, 7. I don't know what 5 does. It makes him wiggle. Okay, so I can just sort of ignore that for the most part. And if it's an issue, we can come back and redo, like, the bits where it's fucky. 5 changes from perspective to orthographic. I see. This right here looks a little weird, yeah. Like, everything going on down here is kind of weird as well. I think I've got to do another cut for this. I see. I see. With the design of your model, it might help to separate some major parts, like the skull from the body, the jaw from the skull. So right now it's like bottom jaw and body, ribs, left arm, right arm, ears, top of skull, fin. Oh, God. I see it, Reverend Joe. And I don't want to... Nape's the back of your neck right there, yeah. I'm thinking I ignore that for now. I'm gonna low-key be honest with you, I don't think you'll ever be able to see that spot. Like, I'm gonna ignore it because it hurts me. Not because you're wrong, but because you're right. I'm going to ignore it. Hey, Brobold, how you doing? Hope you're well today. Thank you for the 48 months of support. That is 4 fucking years. Jesus. I ate soup? Dude, I need to eat. I'm gonna finish these last couple of nodes on this bottom part of his jaw here, and then I'm gonna go find something to eat real quick. Soup. Yeah, we can fix it later. Actually, that one's probably fine. It's this one that I need to move. There's a 70,000 polygon sandwich, and that's some Yandere Dev toothbrush energy right there. The actual fuck. Yeah, that was City Skylines 2 that modeled all of the NPCs' teeth. 3 million poly SMG? Like for teeth on NPCs and City Skylines, you do like just a big curve and then a bottom curve and then you're good. If that. Like, I don't know when the fuck you're seeing the inside of your mouth. Okay, is there like an extrude equivalent? You can go to the street level and walk with your citizens. I see. So they're stupid. Think it's under polypin? Because I would like to, like, maybe extrude this side or something. Yeah, okay. Good enough. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back. Give me... Oh, so the high detail ones are loaded all the time. I see, I see. Yeah, I'll be right back. Give me like 3 minutes to go get food. What's up, boy? We need to get you food. You're right. I haven't fed you yet today. Let's go downstairs and get food. What do you think? Actually, do you mind if I stop off to the bathroom real quick? Come on, boy. I'm back. I went to go get well, the boy decided to come with me because I hadn't fed them yet today. I'm having carbs for lunch. A piece of bread from last week's batch of bread that my wife made. Rice and chicken. Chicken isn't carbs, but everything else is. I'm kind of curious to see, like, just hook up a skeleton to this bitch and see what happens. Like, don't even topologize it, but I'm pretty sure that we've been there, done that. One, two, three, four, five. Or just minus. Okay. Sometimes it's like that, man. Sometimes you goblin life it. But as I was saying, every isekai protagonist is a virgin that plays video games. And I get it. I get it, where it's like, oh, he's just like me, never getting laid or whatever, you know? But it's just like, can we not? That feels wrong to do, but this is weird here. But this one, he's a sword that can fly, which kind of just makes him a... You have a loose triangle on the eye and a triangle on the gap. This guy? And here. It's just... It's slop. It's why I use it to go to sleep. Because, like, who cares? Like... Is this a, like, solve it with the poly pen situation like this? Can we stop making fuck-ass squares? Have you heard of the amazing cultivation simulator? Anytime cultivation is used in a thing, I'm reminded of this one werewolf cultivation where he keeps talking about his chakra and he's really insistent about talking about his root chakra. Does the sword one get good? It's not a circle, it's my own little fella. I'm only aware of the word circle because of furries. I mean, that's what they come from, so it makes sense. Little is doing a lot of work here. I think I have to loop cut here, and then here. And that pretty much ensures that I'm not getting any, what'd you call them? Zegons? Ingons. Yeah. Zegons are the enemies from the anime or planet of Dorst. N is for number. Okay. Or no. Okay, good.
What is that? It's the ender.
What's weird is I don't seem to have the ability to save. How big's this guy gonna be? This is the enemy of the game. Slash dateable antagonist. This bit I'm not sure what to do with. Like, this is gonna need loop cuts, I'm aware. But let's do, like, you know, broad strokes first. Don't worry about that bit for now. See, that's not... Oh, and then now that I'm here, I can do... whatever the fuck that shape is. You need to you need a corner quad try. What? No, you should be able to, because if you're a sub, you can link regardless. It's just non-subs can't. And that's to prevent people from coming in here and spamming. Like, for a while, there was, like, a bot that would try and get you banned by posting, like, links to child porn websites. And since then, we haven't unleashed it so that way people can post things. Something weird is happening with the tooth there. Just some funky shading? Okay. Oh, hello there. I figure if it's Z-fying a bunch, then I've probably gone too close to the thing. the Z fighting is your render setting or clip distance settings. I believe you. I'm just thinking if it's happening a lot in a spot, maybe. No, I'm wrong. Okay. Okay, you don't need to be all the way over there with that shit. And you... I kind of want to, like, in a second here, copy this over to the other side so I can finish off the head. Discord link's a bit long. I don't know what you're trying to show me here. Like, I see it, but I don't see it. Somehow got off count. Don't know how that happened, but whatever. Are you gonna do that thing where you snap vertices together? This is my first time doing this, so fuck as if I know. If the competent people in chat direct me to do so, then I will. I really like that one tool where you can just like just sort of like deflates a polygon or a normal shape over your complex shape, and then it just like vacuum seals it. That's really cool. Oh, how are you doing that? You just like if two vertices line up, you just sort of like drag it with the select thing, the one vertex. Like, let's say I wanted to put this somewhere, just move it down or whatever. That's the shrink line. But there's like this really cool one that I saw. I don't know where that link is, but I saw one where it's like a tool that was originally he was showing off like different like add-ons you can get that allow you to do this, that, or the other to do retopologizing. And it was like one that was originally made as like they're trying to do something with like something. It was like they wanted to do some particle physics shit, but instead like they ended up accidentally making a thing that like does retopology a lot easier. This add-on is called, I think it's just called Retopo. Retopo Flow. I always have, God, no. No, hold up. Retopo Flow. You see it? It's kind of like hard to read. Oh, you can't read it because my face is over it. Retopo Flow, as in Flow Rider, or Even Flow, like the Pearl Jam song. Yeah, unfortunately, a legend. Yeah, this shit's the jam, not gonna lie. And doing this by hand sounds like it just an ass pain and a half. It's not that bad. This is a lot easier, I would expect. We'll get to that in a minute. What do I need to do with the ear? Do I need to do another loop around it? I don't know how much I want to make his ear move. I would relax these verts. Everything's relaxed now. I'm so scared that I haven't saved, but I have no idea how to do that with this program. And I'm worried that I won't be able to get back here. The mesh is in the blend scene. I should save before I do anything more, because I'm scared now. You two were too relaxed. Get the fuck out here. Okay, that looks fine. It says exit. I bet you that's the button. I'll put up my plate. Okay. Pray for me, chat. So I think there's going to be like 4 or 5 characters, one of which is the main character who will just be a like pill bottle. All right, so now to get into it, open. And then you just hit start again and we're good. Okay, cool, cool. It's not that big of a deal. Thank you for the gift sub, Anon. That's really cool of you. How blind? Because there's different flavors of blind. Abby, the door's not shut. Like, you can just push on through. Hello. Hello. Hi. You did it. I opened the door for you. 100% blind? Okay. Hello. Steal. It's an Abby. How high is the counter? On this side of his face, we're at 355 edges. I think my cheat to doing the writing is I'm gonna just spitball some stuff, upload it as a video, and then use the auto captioning from YouTube to give me the text. And then I don't actually have to like write, because that's the annoying bit. I don't know what you're crying about. There was a patent lap, and you gave up on it. So, She has to go complain now to the apartment as a whole. She was held and pet, and it was a lot. Well, the hero's journey sucks, if I can be honest. Yes, exactly that shape. Thank you, Polypin. I don't care for it. The hero story creates an expectation that one day there will be a hero that comes and save us. And I think culturally that is a problem, because everyone feels like they're alone in fighting against things that they fight against when we're not. This is like a little too highbrow for this conversation. It's a personal beef I have with this story structure. I think that, like, these guys need to go. What do I want to write? I mean, listen, that's my own personal preference there. That doesn't mean that it's illegal to do, you know, that, or that you can't do that. It's just my own personal preference that I think you're probably right. I should get rid of these for now. And then just try and make one that works. Because that's where I got into trouble earlier, was, like you said, trying to hook it up prematurely. If you're not going to follow something that's worked for hundreds of years, what do you want? I think that stories don't have to follow that structure at all. I would say any of the stories I've written so far that you guys have, you know, looked into or been privy to, don't do the hero's journey. I guess the hero's journey sucks is like a really hot take. I don't think it sucks. I just think it's like we can do better. Writing is pretty easy. You do just make it up. Like, but I like to have like everything sort of connected in a way that makes sense to me. Like this is how the rules of the world work. And you can have bits where it doesn't make sense or doesn't connect, but you have to be very careful about those. I think I'm being too harsh. Sometimes I say shit sucks because I'm used to talking in more definite terms. It's a bit reductive and it causes isolated feelings and confusion. Writing is a lot of fun. I don't like writing, but I like whatever the fuck I do, which is sort of like writing in that it is, but it's not. Only Siths speak in absolutes? Isn't that itself an absolute? I think that there's like a little bit of like, it can't be that easy to do shit vibe to pass, and it really is just like, I would not use Dark Souls in your example of how to write well. To make it good is difficult. That is true. Ducks in the park are free. Like, it's that easy. Dark Souls is world building, but they forgot to write the story. Unironically, yes, I believe that's correct. Which, like, good world building can do great work, don't get me wrong. But holy shit, what? Why? Like, a lot of the time when I'm doing stuff, I'm like, what if I made it better? Or how would, like, plunk someone you know or used to know into a situation, or a stereotype of a type of person? Like, how would a Karen deal with Dark Souls? If we're gonna use Dark Souls as an example here. I like Dark Souls. I could not tell you what the fucking plot is. And normally I like games that have good plot. Or, you know, good plot. I think one of the more important things is, like, how do people live in this world that you've created? Like, Noah from the town of nowhere must constantly eat flesh. How does he manage that? How do you act like a normal person in society and not fuck things up? Who are you trying to get to do that, Kitty? Was it me? Because if it was me, I wasn't... I thought you were talking to someone else, and I was like, yeah. Okay. I didn't want to have disappointed you twice in like 5 seconds. Okay. Chat is going reasonably fast now. Which does my heart good. This, you know what? Do hamburgers count as flesh? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Oh, no. Okay. No, my intention with the vampire at the beginning of... So, I was doing a couple checks in the first episode to make sure that people understood the rules of the game. The first one was Noah. To be like, there are threats in this world, or there are kind people in this world that look like threats. Right? Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, it's got to be like more human than that. But the zombie respawns. I was like, where the fuck are you going with this hamburger thing? But sometimes chat just asks me insane questions and I have to act like it's normal. Chat, yeah. I was thinking about that earlier today. I was like, the reason that I'm making this game specifically is because Mike was encouraged chat to be horny over a character several years ago. So the first rules check, like, do you understand the world? Check that I did was Noah. Then was Crystal. some things that look nice can be threats. And like, you need to not just fuck around. You need to think about your decisions a bit. And then lastly was the vampire, to see if chat passed the test or not. If they didn't pass the test, then the vampire would kill them. But I assumed at that point that they would be able to understand the mechanics of the world and how to not do something stupid while providing like a good laugh at the same time. You did a no, but actually yes. I guess that's the answer. I don't know what if that answered your question or not, but there it is. The ear is really annoying to get up. Can I be real? I think I have to do it in just like very small segments for a bit. And then maybe I can go from fucking do you need everything to be a quad? God knows. Ears kind of suck. It can't be helped. Okay, cool. Going up at this angle is really weird. Because I did like a decent job sculpting the inside of the ear, and now I'm like regretting my life choices. Weird ass triangle. You're gonna bake all these pretty details into the normal map? Honestly, I'm just like doing shit and hoping that at some point I don't like put myself in a corner. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just hoping at this point that no one... Like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm hoping that it isn't a problem. That's where I'm at right now. So, like... Probably. Like, this is the first model I've done outside of a building. So, like... For the script for this, because I know it's going to be a visual novel, effectively. Aside from one bit where it's not, which is what this is for. I just did like a flow map of the story beats. What are your plans for streaming this week? I'm kind of vibing with this. I know that like chat isn't, but like at some point I just got to do shit that I want to do and hope that chat shows up. I think that's going to be my like thing for a while. Is just like stop worrying about numbers, stop worrying about this, that, and the other, and just like try and do my best to make things. I think dialogic would probably be the way to do it. I'm definitely going to use Godot. I think I'd rather use Godot for pretty much everything until I'm done. Like, people say, I'm here for you. I don't care what you stream as long as you're, like, talking and doing stuff. Like, so I'm doing that. As long as you can make a living. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the crux of it. But I got my Twitch payment from last month yesterday. And the subathon went well. Thank you, guys. The fan cannon talk about your monster is a bit more engaging than other game dev, to be honest. Yeah, I get that. I would imagine that a lot of game developers are not. They're like game devs first, streamers second. And that's kind of the wrong order to do things. If you want people to actually, like, watch. If it's just a recording of your process, then it's a different thing. Deltarune finished bug testing and will be releasing soon. See, I've heard that. I don't know what you've done. I want you to stop it. What? Something weird there. We're gonna have to have like a fella here to there to there. Okay, now it's going up in like a spiral pattern, and I'm just gonna hope that's fine. I believe Godot supports C++. Oh. Oh no. It'll just make UVing annoying. We've got a spiral going on here because of this one here. Let's back up and see if you guys can come up with a solution for how to do this without going into a spiral. Maybe it's more like that into... And then, I don't know if you count that as a spiral or not. I guess I could make a triangle there. Is that okay? Like, are we gonna be okay with that? And then it completes the loop without it being a spiral. Okay. You're gonna be fine. You're not gonna die. All right, all right, all right. I'm just worried about imaginary death. Real death, like whatever. Explosion imminent. Polypin. Yeah. I was just like, that soundtrack's annoying, I'm changing it. These loops look a little crusty. Is killing people a pattern behavior? Like, you mean that he does that often? I would imagine anyone in a small town would know him at this point and know not to do that. And the reason he dropped by was because he had a potential chance to catch No out, where No didn't know the rules. Canonically, anyway. I'm hoping I can do a bigger one here in a second. Like a real big square. We can do some big boy squares going up the side. I'm gonna pretend like I can do big boy squares early. I would say a majority of the time he isn't actually killing people. He goes through other means. But you know, if you can catch a fresh fish rather than like eat like some shit that like sucks, like some store-bought like mac and cheese, you're gonna eat store-bought fish rather than fish from the frozen fish section or whatever, right? That one's wrong because this is like a huge corner here that it's got to shift. Prior to getting No, has he ever actually successfully killed someone? I never really thought about it. I would imagine not, considering his game plan. Like, I don't know, I just like, when I'm being creative, I just try and follow things to the logical conclusion of whatever I think makes sense. I got an example for you. It's not as good because fuck ears, but... Okay, everyone's just like, ears are weird to model, don't fret too much. So that's where I'm going, is not fretting about this. I hate this one right on the edge. That one sucks so much ass of a vertex. Oh yeah, right. I need to permit you. Permit ELTTEB96. Okay, and you have like just as much Z fighting as I do. Okay, yeah. I think I got it. Thank you. That doesn't look too dissimilar from what I've got, excluding like right around the inner ear bit. Clipping and Z fighting are different. I guess so, yeah. Z fighting is when, okay, let me get this right. Z fighting is when two things are at the same level. Like they're at like 0 level or whatever. Like they intersect on the same plane, so it's not sure which one needs to be like the dominant one. And so neither of them end up being dominant or submissive. They both just end up being switches, right? Coplanar faces, yeah. Z fighting, you see a lot of flickering. Right. But clipping is when one thing, it's like parallel inside each other versus perpendicular crossing through each other. It depends on if Sam dies before the creature, like before the bastard gets him. Because then there'll be no evidence of Noah's existence and no existence of Samuel. So like what even is left? What are we doing here? I'm just gonna control Z until you stop being a bitch. What's your dealio? What's the button to like deselect? To control? Okay, sure, whatever. We're talking about the Town of Nowhere episode 1. Noah is the husbando from Town of Nowhere 1. There's something about that corner that this program the confidence in which you say that, Yilta, makes me scared. Do you know what I mean? Like, you said that, like, you know everyone in chat's gonna agree with you, which means that whatever you just said is probably right, which means that things used to be significantly worse. Oh, God. Why am I so fucking detail-oriented? Son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to use a lot of triangles for the year, I think. Like, shit kind of goes by the wayside all the time in the real world. Like, what do you want people to do about it if there's an issue? Like, the cops aren't gonna like, oh, he wanted to, like, come in my house, but I told him no and he went away. Like... He hadn't really done anything illegal yet, technically. All right, how high up can I do this before we have problems? Here. You won't get a nice sharp edge that sculpt had when it was smoothened. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. It sounds important. It looks like I'm not going to get these nice curved edges. They're going to be pointier. I guess this isn't the final. I also just need to see how this, like, I don't really understand how animation with this works. I know there are bones, and the bones are like, it's got a little arrow thing. And there's 2 points, 2 vertices, I guess, that you can swing the bone around on. I just don't really understand how that connects to the vertices. And without that knowledge, it's very hard to, know whether or not I'm going ham or not ham enough. My level of hamage is unknown right now. Surprisingly, rigging animations is not too hard. It wants to snap to points as well. This is not the medium I was expecting to roll up on. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. He's a fella. He's got a fucked up arm or two. You just gotta, like, do his entire ear real quick. Bones get strength mapped to each vert. So if a bone has 80% strength and bone 2 has 20%, it will follow bone 1 more than bone 2. All right. Is weight painting obsolete? Hey, Rokuta. How you doing? Thank you for the half a year of support. I'm surprised I still haven't learned how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I'm not that surprised, actually. I'm kind of a dumbass. I need to get out of the habit of saying shit like that. Manual weight painting is unfortunately still very much a thing. I don't like that everyone's upset about that. Is unfortunately a thing still, whatever that is. Oh, that was me fucking up. How nicely do armatures work with Godot bones? I'm just balling, guys. Like, you think I know what I'm doing? I have no fucking clue. Like, I haven't designed the world yet because I'm like, I don't know how big this guy is in it. So we're not deleting bits. So correct me if I'm wrong, but basically if you try and load in something that looks like this into the animation part of this, you will die and your family will disown you. So I'm trying to avoid that by making a simpler version of the same thing that's like intersecting it, and then one follows the other. And so I animate the stupid version, and then I make the pretty version follow it, and then it looks like I know what I'm doing. I'm nowhere near the Ban levels or Toothbrush. Like, if this... Okay, first off, if this was a statue, I could probably just export it like this. Confuse the shit out of people and be like a Yandere dev who has a 3 bazillion vertices toothbrush for no fucking reason. But, like, it's not. Nova, thank you for the raid, my dude. How are y'all doing? What were you streaming? Anything static. Because, like, if it's static, then you don't have to worry about the animations breaking it. Same rules with renders in Blender. I know that there's some weird fuckery with like topology and Blender. Or I mean Godot. I don't fully understand what the issue is, but I know there is one. What kind of game is Ban? Like, I'd assume it's some sort of like mascot horror thing. Ban is a walking sim with puzzles. I see. Is it supposed to be scary? But we're not children, so it's not? Or is it, like, just shit? Ban just sculpts, makes a bone rig, and adds it to the game. They just sculpted it smooth. It's streamer bait? Scary enough that children don't, like, stop playing it and want toys from it. Okay. It feels unearnest. There's like 20 of them already. I feel like I've seen Ban stuff on itch. Okay, we're just gonna let that go. I'm gonna be a little less anal about some of this. Does Retopology usually take a fucking hour and a half? Like, does it normally take this goddamn long to do this, or am I bad at it? Like, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to live in a world where I have to do it can take months. Okay. So I'm not, like, super duper slow. It's just, they look like they molded the bottles from Play-Doh. They look so bad. So I'm not actually doing a bad job necessarily. I mean, there are problems with what I'm doing, but like, you know, when they're not. Okay, I'm curious now. Hold on. I just want to see this in action. What does that look like? Tin of Ban. Retop. Okay, right. What should I look like? Or what should I look for? Like, someone sent me a video about it a minute ago. And that might be good, like, corner jiggle something. Okay, yeah. This is the one I'm like, oh, fucking God. It's only 11 minutes long.
If you're familiar with designing 3D models, it is almost guaranteed you've made one or two models that toe the line of poorly optimized and downright illegal. There's no shame in it. Personally, I think it's fun to hit the subdivide button as quickly as possible on high poly assets, email the results to various Valve employees, and post it to the Blender subreddit asking for tips. But even more than that, I enjoy seeing the downright horrendous models that have actually been released to the public in real products. Not all terrible models are alike, however. They differ quite heavily in both density and importance in the topology
like,
hell mythos. There are layers
tiny
to this.
hand has
Not
way
quite
too
like
many
an iceberg,
vertices.
as
I know
some
that.
might be ready to say, but more like a food chain. A live environment filled with a diverse ecosystem and created by people with backs shaped like shrimp. Today I'd like to take you on a wildlife expedition into this thriving ecosystem. Within this environment, there are 3 tiers which I have classified with this high quality graphic design. We have bottom feeders, hunters, and mid-level prey, and at the top are Hollywood producers. Within these groups, there are both subsections and exceptions, but for all intents and purposes, this will be our core chart for which we will judge the specimens we are about to examine.
This is very interesting.
Is this chart arbitrary? Yes. Did I make it up on the spot to try and give this video a fun theme? Yes. Will it add educational value to your understanding of this video?
Yeah.
At the bottom of this development food chain would be games like Hunt Down the Freeman, which counts as a video game in the same way those guys who open carry and call you a civilian count as real police officers. This shameless plundering of a beloved game's brand, assets, and characters has its own absurd development lore, including wage theft, account botting, and a full hostile takeover by the development team. In doing so, both trying to fix the game and taunting the creator while doing it. An insane power move if you ask me. The game itself doesn't have that many interesting models, mainly because it just pilfers them all from better titles. But there is one of note. This cone with extremely dense topology for some reason. From this image we can tell its P count is extremely large for seemingly no reason, but it isn't on the same level as the more egregious offenders. It seemingly is bad enough that the aforementioned developers who stole a whole project from its creator made an achievement making fun of it after the fact. But I can't seem to find any discussion about it online.
Wait, what the fuck is going on in that game?
Probably because there are things much more interesting to talk about in the game already. It's a bottom feeder asset in the topology gore pipeline. A low-level imp you promised yourself you wouldn't throw, but said his catchphrase too many times. For truly distressing topology, we're going to have to go for the bigger fish. Within the mid-level prey category, we find the majority of species within the shitty topology life cycle. The biology here is very diverse. Shitty geometry comes in all shapes and sizes, and like a wild eel, they may look scary, but won't
it's the
crash your
repcord fish.
computer unless you spawn 2,000 of them. Final Fantasy Origins is apparently host to some of these specimens, such as a fur coat that halves your frame rate just by being visible. The polygon count on these models are sometimes outrageous, with common enemies in the hundreds of thousands, and some models reaching into the millions. And yes, these models are dense.
We
but
should
they are
watch a
very
video
high
on that,
quality.
because
They
I
just
don't
are not
actually know that
produced.
much about
I highly doubt this
Hunt
code
Down the
is dropping
Freeman.
the frame rate so substantially.
Did
based
Fred do a
solely
video on
the
that? That feels
sexual
like a thing
tension of
Fred
the
would do
high
a video
polygon
on.
count on its own. It is likely some kind of shaders associated with the fur coat are the culprit. If you take a poorly optimized shader and apply it to an already high poly fur mesh, this could be the source of the problem.
Oof.
In Dark Souls 1 we see a similar issue with the Sif boss fight, where whenever he is on screen, the game panics and dedicates 90% of its processing power to begging you to stop, the shell texturing for his fur being the likely culprit. Overall, these models are dense, but the quality of them at the very least justifies it to some extent. They're just in desperate need of someone
He did
to come
that
in
as
and
part of his
create a
subathon
level
last
detail
year?
version of them. I've never played a Crysis game, but from how players have described it, you must take out a loan of at least 20 grand to purchase a GPU strong enough, and even then, if you open a Chrome tab, you might as well have ran your graphics card under hot water and then installed it into a completely different computer. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that this image is supposedly real this time. A concrete divider from Crysis 2. Legend states that this is what they found inside the Ark of the Covenant. Now you might be thinking that a 3D artist arrived to work one day, harassed all the female staff, and proceeded to subdivide assets until the horse tranquilizers he took the day before finally wore off. But you'd be wrong, I haven't worked at a game studio yet. No, this is the work of something else. When Crysis 2 was released, the quality of the graphics were watered down to let lazy children who wouldn't get a job in the cobalt mines be able to afford to play their games on home consoles. Enraged, players flogged the devs in the streets like adulterers, and Crytek was forced to remedy the situation. To do this, they introduced dynamic tessellation to the game, a process where models are subdivided in real time based on multiple factors by an intern assigned personally to each player with a picture of their family on their desk to remind them what will happen if they are too slow and you notice a model is below the Crytek standard. It's a sort of cheat to get that three-dimensional look after the game was already released without it, but unlike normal mapping, this is actually altering the polygon count in real time.
Dynamic
The amount of
tessellation.
seems to depend on which DirectX you are using, and you can turn down the amount in the console, supposedly. So while this looks terrifying, the models didn't look like this originally. This makes the game kind of like a pufferfish. It puffs up to make itself look scary.
I feel like I've seen that
more
before.
intimidating predators, which is why I'd put it squarely in the pufferfish category. These are not the apex predators you're looking for, however. For that, we're going to have to look at a set of models so dense, with seemingly no benefit, that they make your mom look tiny in comparison. Yes, I'm talking about the Garden of Banban games. When I released the video about the Yandere Simulator toothbrush, I got a lot of comments talking about the remote you seemingly hold through the entire game. And taking a look at this, I can see why it is such a point of contention.
Oof.
But what most comments didn't mention is that every model in the game seems to be fucked. Some of the character models in particular have gone past the point of even calling this topology. At this point, they are indistinguishable from real clay you could mold and shape. And this is because they are clearly the result of the most fun part of modeling characters, which is the sculpting.
Yeah.
The creators of this game clearly enjoyed this part of the creative process, and it shows. The amount of characters has seemingly become exponential with each release. When sculpting in Blender, the polygon count can quickly skyrocket. It's very common to have models in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of polygons.
Okay, it's just
There's
a
nothing
few
wrong with this.
10,000.
Models often look way more unique and interesting in this form than any other. It's my favorite part of making characters, and there are multiple routes a creator can take after sculpting to reduce the polygon counts to more socially acceptable limits. The proper thing to do is Retopology, which I'll have a graphic on screen to describe what it's like to do Retopology. The other is a quick cheat route, using a remesh modifier of some kind to reduce the polygon count through an algorithm. I personally have taken the cheap route and simply remeshed my characters countless times. It's not good to do and doesn't look as nice, but if you don't have the time or don't want to spend the time,
there's
it
a
can work.
program
My
that'll
guess is
just
the
do
creators
it
of
for
Dandan
me.
saw the models they spent a lot of time sculpting and didn't want to make them look worse by reducing the polygon count. But at this high density, they easily could have reduced a significant amount without harming the
Sure,
quality at
but
all.
beware.
I wanted to leave you with one last scarring experience before the end of the video, but all the
It's a
examples I
modifier.
found online kept turning out to be hoaxes. It just goes to show if you want to do something right, you gotta do it yourself. What I'm about to show you is top secret, and please keep in mind this is one of the first things I ever designed, and it's never been released to the public. Just please be nice to me.
He attacked and blocked people
This is from
genuinely
an
trying
early
to help
version of my
him.
first ever Unity project. It's the map file for the first level of the game. It was hard to find because somehow I managed to duplicate the assets folder twice. Giving the public access to making their own games, it's just a beautiful thing, really. Upon inspection, the map seems like a decent first level, but turning on wireframe we can see the hellscape that lay beneath the surface. Each room has an average of around 20,000 faces, except this one, which has 700,000. This must have been during another one of my development benders, because I genuinely have no memory of making this section. Like an Eldritch Horror, I guess my mind couldn't comprehend it. I must have just hit subdivide a few hundred times and then closed the file without looking at it. With all this intense attention to detail, you might be thinking to yourself, wow, this must translate beautifully into the game. And I'm here to tell you that yes, it does. If your name is Helen Keller. Rooms with 10,000 faces are basic square shapes, and all the work I put into pieces like this to stop the player from seeing outside of the cave doesn't even matter because the camera has admin privileges. I especially enjoy this piece for its seemingly non-Euclidean geometry. Truly inspiring. I'd like to believe there's a timeline out there where I finished and released this game, striking fear into the hearts and minds of artists worldwide. Sadly, I did not even know where the build button was yet in Unity, so we will never know what public reception would have been of the 5,000 polygon square room, but a man can dream. Because this is a
Your
project
game looks
no
like
one has ever
ass,
seen
but
before,
it's
I don't
in
think
an
it can
early
really
stage, I would
fit into
assume.
the ecosystem fairly. I kind of look at it like a prehistoric creature, one that would require a different kind of atmosphere to survive due to its sheer size. And in a way, that's kind of what everyone's unreleased projects are like.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people have things like this hiding on their desktop somewhere. I'm sure everyone has this somewhere. I really enjoy reading the comments some people leave describing their own prehistoric models. I especially like this video by the creator of Iron Lung, describing how difficult it has been managing his own project, Butcher's Creek. It definitely doesn't include anything as awful as my project has, but I still find a sick kind of comfort seeing a more skilled developer go through a similar kind of hell.
Because enemies are destructible objects, and because there's only like a few other destructible objects in this game, most of the destructible object code is then dealing with, well, what if this destructible object is an enemy? Because I suck at programming. And I've always sucked at programming, and everyone's like, no, it's fine, well, everyone does. But no, you don't understand.
So if you have some
That
kind
video
of
is too
topology
real.
skeletons hidden in your closet, or some other kind of game development
That video
mishap,
is so
please
fucking
don't leave me
real.
alone. Share it somewhere.
This guy
anywhere.
is a massive
What you
Metal
might think
Arms
is the
glitch in the
worst thing you've
system
ever
fanboy.
created
He
in
even
your
copied
life
the game's control
probably
scheme.
is. But
I
it might
mean,
make someone feel
I
a
can
little
tell.
bit better about themselves today.
And that's fine. What if this game was better? Is real. What am I looking for? Oh, hunt down the Freeman. What? What am I looking for? Like, hunt down the Freeman, not devlog, because there's no way that exists. Yeah, everyone and their mom did one. H bomb. Pyrocynical did one called Hunt Down the Refund. The Right Opinion, I have a feeling I don't want to... Okay. He didn't do a video on this. Wait, Pyrocynical was in it? Making of. He was, then he was removed. So there's one from The Right Opinion. Oh, I see. That's why Pyrocynical scenes hunt down the Freeman. Keemstar was a... A retrospective, maybe.
Man, I've been waiting all night now.
I have a feeling that guy's not going to be good to watch. All cutscenes, no commentary. Did you find one?
Freeman, we are walking along a
Thank you.
cliffside. It's rather scenic. A large forest, which is untouched by the Combine, stretches out for miles. Birds are chirping. There's little to disturb us. But then, there's a short quake. Dust kicks up, and a few small chunks of rock break away and fall, harmlessly for the moment, but a warning of what we're headed into. Ahead, a ramshackle bridge. Another warning that this area is not quite as safe as we might otherwise believe. We know what to look for, both above and below. These rocks never fall. Hunt Down the Freeman didn't begin life as a game, but as a Source filmmaker project, a small fan film in the Half-Life universe. And depending on how you look at it, it grew, mutated, or got out of hand, as it turned into a full-fledged game. Players are thrust into the role of Sergeant Mitchell, a boots-on-the-ground Heku trooper at Black Mesa, a man who swears revenge on series protagonist Gordon Freeman for acting in self-defense. And the premise only gets sillier from there. As the store page proudly states, you are the villain. Yeah, in a series where the villains are such underdogs, that sounds terribly exciting. The development of this game is a bit of a mess. We've got multiple accusations of stolen assets, alongside the fact that a lot of blameless freelance contributors likely won't see a cent for their efforts unless it sells a certain amount, and the bloody minefield that is the morality of those two statements put back to back. I can't say for certain in reading stories from the inside and watching one interview filmed just before the playable demo's release whether Birkin Denizarian, the game's director and writer, is malicious or incompetent.
So many people I work with on this progress, only couple people know the real concept of the game, because I didn't know who I can trust and who I can't.
And I don't really like to bring it forward. One of the posts I will link to in the description states that they don't want things to get incendiary, so I'm leaning to saying that it's a case of stupidity rather than cruelty, if only because I like to believe that in people. I'm here for the end quality of the game, but I bring up the stolen asset accusations now so that you know I'm aware of them, but I wish to leave the real discussion of them in better informed hands.
That's fair.
There are, however, things that I will declare as definite, and that is that Birkin is terrible at communication. And this shines through in the story of the development of the game and in the game itself, because nobody seemed to know what the hell was going on or what they should really be doing. There were people brought on for one job who were suddenly given multiple roles, at times outside of their expertise. Voice actors have been noted as having re-recorded whole swaths of dialogue, changing entire accents and fixing mispronunciations, but their old worst tapes are still in use in the final product. It's a shit show.
What the
We have
fuck?
a game with accusations of stolen content, further accusations of bots being used to push it through Greenlight, made on a licensed copy of Source, being sold on the storefront owned by the same company that made Half-Life, its parent title, its inspiration. I do think that Half Down the Freeman does come from something of a genuine place. It just fumbles everything. It's a
It does seem like a fan
and
project.
That brings me on to a more fascinating
Just
point, is
from
that
what I
as a
see,
fan
like
game,
it
takes
doesn't seem
zero
like it was
lesson on
malicious.
game design or storytelling,
But
Half-Life
I
could
don't know
teach you.
yet,
To
obviously.
put it nicely, it's distinct. To put it honestly, it's clueless. While Hunt Down to Fuck isn't the worst game I've played, the experience I had playing it was. So, I'm going to go step by step through this game, pausing and jumping around for some key issues, but mostly pointing out the flaws and occasional good points in each chapter. Every part of this game has some of its own foibles. It's sort of a showcase of failure. And it never really escapes its core issues. Certain segments just alleviate or aggravate certain ones. So, let's start way before the beginning. A cutscene. Well, I don't mind the use of cutscenes on their own. It's more their content that I'm going to be taking issue with. First and foremost, none of this really matters until now. They do try and reincorporate some elements here, but really the fact that Mitchell had a rough childhood, was separated from his brother, and liked to drink means nothing. All of his bitterness throughout the plot comes from his time at Black Mesa, so this is all really superfluous. Then we're plopped in the midst of the Black Mesa incident. A Black Ops soldier ambushes us, but Mitchell turns the tide. Where did he come from? Was he on the fucking ceiling? And gameplay starts. Be sure to walk backwards and get your knife.
You should try to
And we're
make
less
a
than a
loop
second
around the
in,
edge of
and
the
we've
year
gotten
with your
to our second
polygons.
problem. I have subtitles
I'm doing
switched
my
on,
best.
but as you can see, there
Yeah,
are
yeah,
none.
yeah.
The option here should really read, do you wish for subtitles? Because yes, I fucking do. This is such a big problem for the mid-mission dialogue, as it is far, far too quiet. Any amount of action overshadows it completely, and we will generally not get it during peacetime. Instead, it's used to spice up combat. I am really sorry for anyone hard of hearing who picked this up. I use subtitles a lot myself, because my hearing isn't fantastic, so I'm with you on this. We fight our way through some zombies, and right away, the combat just feels off.
How did
Every
you
weapon
fuck up
save
the
for the knife
combat when
is
you have
pretty
the
weak,
base of
and the knife
Source?
sounds like a crowbar. Did the Heku troopers get bloody airsoft guns? What is this? Where did I get this? Was I just authorized this MP5? It just appears out of nowhere. We navigate our way to a big control room littered with Heku corpses.
What the fuck? They're all dead.
I'd better grab the bullets. Oh no, I'm sorry, you can have them! And so Gordon tears us to shreds. And he takes his time with it. And before the killing blow is delivered, Mitchell has a promise.
Whatever it takes. Whoever it takes. However long it takes before I die. I will fucking kill you.
Not a great position to argue from, but hey, he's impressing somebody. As Mitchell is flatlining in a hospital, the G-Man comes forward with a deal.
Not an awful idea of a premise.
Mitchell in the flesh. Or rather...
Creepy
his
inhale.
remains.
I will say, it's obviously not Michael Shapiro, but this guy probably has the best acting chops on display. There is, however, a problem.
Alive from Black Mesa.
How did
Mesa.
that get through? That isn't the actor's fault. Or at least not his alone. That's the fault of whoever didn't get a retake.
I'm impressed that you made it back. Alive from Black Mesa.
Mesa.
The wording is a bit too active there, G. Anyway, thanks to that, Mitchell is kept alive, but the G-Man also forces a deal on him. When
I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'll be right back. By adding a bunch of tactical weapons. Okay. before we get back into the video, I want to like do something real quick. I know I spent the better part of 4 hours basically working on this. Let's just make it invisible for a second. And yeah, why don't we save it as 3 mistake in progress. Okay. I know I can I know you can add more sides by using a modifier. And it was implied that there was a way to do it with where you would have less decimate. I'm looking for decimate. Okay. So let's try clicking on the ears, for example. Oh, they go into the head. Okay, well, whatever. Add modifier. Just want to see what this will do. Now what? Doesn't look like I can apply it. So it's kind of just doing a thing. The ratio lessens it. I see. Does it not apply until I enter or something? Let me do it on one that's not like mirrored. That might be doing some weird shit. T-Rex arm. This one has way too many polygons. So let's do add modifier. Why is there a mirror here? Oh, object mode, not edit. Oh, undo, undo. Open, don't save, mistake in progress. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the wrong mode, that's why. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's try doing it to this T-Rex arm. Because I want to believe I can just hit this button and it makes everything better and then I'm not sad. I know this is fake, but I just... Can you imagine if this fucking works? You know what I mean? It's not gonna, but if it does, I'm gonna have big angry. With myself mostly. Decimating will result in geometry that's hard as hell to rig because it's getting like weird triangles and like whatever the fuck that is there, right? There's like a long skinny triangle on the, and that's not the right way to. Could I do something like this, then clean it up, or is that just even more work? It doesn't keep flow or anything, it just tries to make the same shape with as few polygons as possible. You can, it's just what do you want the look to go for? A game that exists right now is the look that I want to go for. I should probably duplicate this arm or something. Copy and then paste. Okay, so it's in the same spot. So then we can do like we were doing. Yeah, I'm curious. I would imagine this isn't going to work. And it's going to look like shit. It's also going to be in a there are going to be 4 textures for colors: white, pink, teal, and black. I have a feeling that you won't even get to see some of the detail work. So let's fuck around and find out. For this guy, we're going to set it real goddamn low. This is why I use subdivide workflows, so I can laud easily. That sounds like a good idea. I wish I knew what it meant. I'm at that level. How about 0.03? Level of detail. Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we copy and paste. And we make that one go away. And then we add modifier, generate, decimate. Wow. Okay, so oh. Yeah, untrained eye, that looks bad. With these decimates, you'll at least be able to get the guy in the engine without having to make the game die. Let's do this one real quick. Copy, paste. It doesn't do the thing like GIMP does where it just like randomly places it off of where... I don't know why. Sorry, that's a very specific me issue that I hate. Whoop. What are you gonna do? Oh, wrong one to decimate. Wow. Decimate plus cleanup is the same. I'm curious to see if I can just decimate it and then rig it. But the body is telling me no. How many polygons is too many? This arm has 5,000 still. No, 13,000 edges. 4,000 edges. That's a smaller number. It will have long poly distorting super weirdly. For main characters, I go with 25 to... At least 3. Okay. Copy. Paste. I'm going to do this for a minute. Let's get back to the video.
Time comes, Mitchell will have to fulfill a promise. And he got this attention from G-Man for more than just his ability to be carried away from somewhere.
But even this does not impress me as much as the words you speak. Whatever it takes, whoever it takes.
Why did you leave that in?
However long it takes. Before I die, I will kill you. Is that right?
You missed out the fucking, but sure.
We cannot let you kill Dr. Freeman. Yet. They authorize me to offer you a deal. You will be rewarded with authority, power, and time. The only payment we ask when the time comes. Keep your promise, Mr. Mitchell.
And so, when the time comes, we'll just have to keep whatever end of the deal Mitchell's just been tossed into. But for now, the most important thing is getting patched up. Outside of our room, we spy a medkit. But then cheeky medkit boy sweeps in and scarpers with the goods. And this is a poor and overly long way to teach the player about... barnacles. Okay, Half-Life 2 is a game that does a fantastic job in teaching the player how a lot of elements work, and it does a lot of this teaching wordlessly. The barnacle introduction in Half-Life 2 is surprising and succinct. Meanwhile, cheeky medkit boy here will likely die off screen to the one and only barnacle this game has. So, is this even a lesson, or is this just a really odd scene? Because if we got the medkit after leaving the room, nothing here will have changed, and this whole kerfuffle is just an odd bit of drama. Or comedy. I don't know what it's going for. Anyway, we grab the medkit and, hey, not only health, but a stylish pair of gloves. Entering the lift, the game fades to black, and then loads. Hunt Down the Freeman often does do a fade to black between stages. At times, it is justified. Unlike Half-Life 2, this won't be one unbroken journey, so a fade to black is a useful tool for displaying a greater passage of time. It will, however, also do this even when not needed, and only serves to destroy flow between stages. Not to mention, the fade to black isn't tied to the loading screen starting. So, if you don't get in that lift, then congratulations, you're blind. On top of this, the loading screens are not only worryingly lengthy, but occasionally the loading in the middle of the screen won't display. To this game's credit, when it crashes, it crashes.
The spine is
Never
actually
in my
probably
experience
fine,
jammed.
and maybe even needs to
What
be more
follows is an
detailed.
escape sequence. The hospital's flooded with zombies because hospitals are flooded with zombies. Never mind, that's generally because infectees and bite victims go to hospitals. Did a bunch of people turn up to A&E with bloody head crabs on them? It's a really limp escape sequence besides. Headcrab zombies aren't exactly threatening, they're not terribly fast, and the utter lack of music really handicaps it. Oh boy, you don't want to see that in a hospital.
Oh no.
There's also a moment here to teach the player about the ability to go prone, a skill that's rarely needed, but occasionally mandatory to progress. But look at how it's teaching us. You have to scale up on a table to crawl through a slit at the top of the door frame. Wouldn't a vent low to the ground be a better way to teach the player about
Typically,
going
that's
low
how
to
you
the
do it in
ground?
most games,
Especially
yeah.
because this is a source game. These are objects that anywhere else would be physics objects that we could move and pick up. So I guess cheeky medkit boy superglued all of this together on his way in. Okay, another teaching example, but this time for a gameplay element rather than an enemy. Explosive barrels in root canal. Hardly an unusual trope for an FPS, but Half-Life 2 has some fun with it. First off, you just pass by the barrels. Then you go through a room where you have to confront them to continue. This will teach you that explosive barrels can be interacted with. You would have to be going out of your way to pick them up and move them. And then, beyond that door, there is a big, glaring opportunity to use them against your enemies. You understand they explode, you understand their barrels, now there are people standing next to them. Then the next time you encounter them, there's a flaming tank being shoved down the stairs right at you, but a quick trigger finger can turn the ambush around. Or if you don't understand that, you at least understand that there's danger. To put it quickly, it introduces, expands, and experiments. The barrels both work for and against you, but only after it gives you a solid demonstration of how they work at all. The scant things this game does bother to teach you are tiny and irrelevant. They don't build to anything. For instance, there are no hidden paths only accessible by crawling. The thing that we just got taught. Anywho, the following is not edited.
What?
Get down! Quite a drastic lighting change. And no echo.
You alright?
Man, the ambience and acoustics in here are fascinating.
An HECU? What are Special Forces doing here?
Mitchell has just been saved by the
Wait, who
British
is
YouTuber
that?
I Hate Everything, playing the Asian American National Guardsman Nick. He lets us know that we're getting invaded.
There is no easy way to put it, but as far as we know, we're under an alien invasion.
Oh
He
my
hands us a
god,
map
it
we
is.
can't
I
look at and tells us we have to
fucking
head
knew
to
it.
Brandon Street Station. In a video IHE put out regarding his role as Nick, he notes how he wasn't given much, if anything, in way of context or direction for his scenes, not knowing the story throughout. And he did point out that he is neither Asian nor American. He did later re-record lines in a more natural voice, but for whatever reason these takes aren't used. I can't say he did a bad job in these circumstances. Granted, I didn't realize it was him until after my playthrough. I watch IHE on occasion, but not enough that I would solidly recognize his voice, so I guess that's a bit of a compliment. I will say, I do like these cutscenes, but in an extremely amateurish way. I like Machinima when I was 12, that's the way to explain it. They're not good. The camera work is dull. The animation's exaggerated in a really distracting way. It cuts badly.
Alive. So whatever your plan is?
People are occasionally teleporting shot by shot, and obviously
These
we saw that
honestly
lighting change.
only
It
have
clashes
300
a lot with
something
the actual stages. It's
each. These are
distractingly less
fine.
flat and more harsh in cutscenes. Not to
That's
mention,
fine.
How old is Mitchell meant to be exactly? Do they let you join the army if you turn up cosplaying as Geralt? We exit out onto the streets of Albuquerque, and it's here the problems really begin. What direction do you imagine
The
you
sky
should go?
looked cool.
I mean, naturally, you are drawn in the direction a stage starts you in. Some might explore to the left or right, but generally our first clue should be our facing. We come up to a
Yeah,
fence
generally
blocking
that's
our
good,
path.
but maybe they didn't know how
that's
to
fine,
rotate
we
the
gotta check
facing of the
elsewhere.
character.
Off to the left, there's a store. It has a back passage connecting it to another shop. A shop
Sure.
which is beyond the fence. And there is a mysterious find within.
This is my knife.
What?
So, this store leads past that fence and gave us a knife, but we can't exit out onto the other side. I thought I had to crawl out, since the last thing this game taught me was that crawling existed, but I'm on the wrong track. Instead, for whatever reason, somehow, by some miracle, picking up the knife causes the fence to fall over. There's no audible explosion to signify it, and besides that, there is no cause and effect behind this. There's no reason this store shouldn't just lead forward. But this weird, unintuitive moment is just the beginning, a core theme that binds so many of this game's issues together. Less than a block away from where we started, there is a large-scale gunfight that we could barely even hear. So, I muck in with the troops, grab an assault rifle, and start plinking away at the frankly ridiculous-looking Combine troops. It's always good when you see an enemy and your immediate thought is, someone here messed up the scaling. But no, this is purposeful. Their look just sticks out like a sore thumb. It doesn't sit well with other pieces of Combine technology. It doesn't have that modern, harsh, angular look, instead having a bulky, retro sci-fi aesthetic, which pairs awkwardly with the pulse rifle they're carrying. So I stay here for a while shooting at Combine, and they never stop coming. I mean, they might eventually, but they can afford the losses, and I'm wondering what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. Well, it turns out what it wants is for me to charge out into the open through the ever-spawning enemies. Enemies which spawn so fast and die so slowly that it's not like you can really create an opening anyway. And this is the second time within the same map that this game doesn't understand how to motivate a player. And the fact that you can walk into this giant battle with zero fanfare is frankly hilarious. Do you not realize that this scene needs some setup? It looks hilarious.
Beta
It's just
models,
like, oh,
I see.
Hello, lads.
That's why they
Look
stopped
at it
using
like
them,
this.
because they don't look
Enemies,
right.
Events, light sources, landmarks. Elements like these and more create a natural push and pull that can guide a player through a stage. In this instance, enemies are key. In an FPS, it's generally thought that if you're killing new enemies, you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
sure.
why would they be there? This isn't quite the case when you come to a T-junction and you have two endless hordes closing in from both sides with a heavily defended and well-equipped choke point. This communicates that you are to stay put and weather them out.
Yeah.
You're not meant to. You're meant to leave. Not to mention, you don't fucking need this fade to black. There's no time jump. It's a straight transition. I guess they just wanted to acknowledge it before they died. So, we run down the street getting pinged by enemies best ignored, and then get a ring from Nick. He says that with the streets the way they are, we're going to need another route. Not that I know the first route we needed, but hey, why not? Someone is listening in on their talks.
Where's
We
the
run
top
into a hotel.
teeth?
I don't know how I knew to run
Or
up
bottom
against this
teeth.
painted on door,
Oh, okay, it's part of that. That's fine.
And then the next level spawns us facing in the wrong direction. Once turned around, we're in a large lobby with a malfunctioning elevator. A map designer spoke about his time with this stage. It started life in very late 2017.
I've seen this one
and he
quite
was
a
told that
bit.
It would be intended to
I think
be a
I
free
saw
roaming segment set against a rainy
Fred
backdrop. The
stream
player could
this bit.
explore
That
and
must have
maybe
been where
find
I
some
saw
goodies
this
before moving
before.
on. This is impossible as this game has no goodies. This area, as you can no doubt guess, isn't free roaming. I'm serious, you cannot go anywhere. And you don't have to search high and low for supplies, as ammo and health is just scattered everywhere. And that's because, as the map maker put it, this map is used as some generic Left 4 Dead crescendo sequence waiting for an elevator to come down. Left 4 Dead is right, and so very wrong. Hunt Down the Freeman has changed up the combat from Half-Life. Unfortunately, not in any good way. They've changed too much and too little to work. Hunt Down the Freeman does change the gunplay a fair bit, but not the enemies. Mitchell lacks a HEV suit, and by default the game wants you to play without a crosshair, which I complied with, as there is iron sighting. Mitchell can also lean, and unlike Gordon, he cannot sprint in any direction, only forwards. And during a sprint, his accuracy greatly suffers. Essentially, Mitchell is far less agile than Gordon, and what he's capable of points to a slower, more methodical form of combat, rather than the ability to play fast and aggressive as Gordon. Hell, the story, probably accidentally, establishes this when Gordon trounces Mitchell. It's like a monster truck slamming into a tuk-tuk. It's no competition. Not to mention, there's no gravity gun, nor any sort of physics manipulation equivalent. The weapon selection is a parade of pistols, assault rifles, SMGs, and occasional shotguns and bolt-action snipers. I wouldn't say the combat in Half-Life is fantastic, but it's mobile and flexible. Enemies can put the hurt on, but...
Okay. I've done it. I decimated the shit out of it. It is now 33,000 edges. That's gonna have to be better. Because if it's not, I don't know. Alright, so let's pretend I could hook this up to a rig. What do I do? As the next step. Is it animation? Probably not. It needs bones first. You build a rig. You want to make the bones. Some bones. Okay, so is that a special type of thing, or am I just like, go back to the layout tab? Okay, I'm here. Armature? Ah. I'm well aware that this is not going to work as well as I want it to. I just want to pretend for a second. All right, so add, and you said it's Shift A. Ah, I see. Okay, so now we've got this. Now I want to, let's say I want to move the arm. I put it in his arm. And does it need to go the whole length of his, like, until there's another joint, I guess? No, go to edit mode. Okay, I'm just going to put it there. Edit mode. And leave that root bone alone. I love playing with my root bone. Okay, so... and have it be like the origin point Align the bone. See, that's what I was thinking I was doing. This one control. Okay, so I should probably not move this one then. Like, I just leave that guy there. Kind of like up in his mouth, not doing anything of value. Because, like, that doesn't look like it's connected up to anything. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by Wario's fart bone, but okay. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Count Cannoli. I hope you're feeling better. Okay, then in edit mode. Okay. Make another bone. At the base of his skull. Let's say his pelvis is like here. We don't really have like a pelvis, but close enough anatomically. Go back to object mode. Okay, hold up. Object mode. Go right hand menu. Object properties. Object properties, yeah. Viewport display. Okay. In front. Oh! Okay, now we can do the thing that Kitty was talking about. So we do edit mode and extrude. Is that what I'm looking for? Can I show you guys something like that I've been thinking about a lot lately? Viscous. It's kind of hard to see. I was hoping I could find an image where you can actually see it. But I think the bones in Viscous from Deadlock are his, like, armature bones. Like, I can't find a good picture of it, though. But he has, like, bones on the inside of his body. Right? You can kind of see it here. This is when he turns into, like, a roly-poly mode. But, like, I think those are his actual, like, bones. Like what we're doing right now. And the gooey bits are just kind of like a fabric. I meet someone. It's good to see them. The authorities cannot find enough evidence to make the charges stick. The Guardian has fallen. I meet someone. I think I understand. So when I extrude one, I want to extrude it from here? So this is going in the direction of, like, his skull. So I guess I would make it just go the entire length of his skull here. Extruding a bone makes it parented and connected from the previous one. Think of it like a real life skeleton. Okay. But like for the skull, I don't need to have like multiple ones for it, right? Like they can just, like the top half of the skull is just going to go rub, rub. Because like a real skull is, I mean, we're doing like a simplified one. Now, if I want to do off of this one, is there a way to do it where it comes out the bottom instead? Extrude. No, it wants to come out the top. One for the head, one for the jaw. Like your root bone is in a bad spot. See, that's why I wanted to move it. Okay, where should I move it then? It's along the middle of the guy, so I probably don't want to shift it to the side any, but maybe put it like the pelvis. Okay, makes sense to me. Zoom. All of you? Okay. And then from here, we can extrude more. Edit mode, extrude, and then we go like, have a guy. And then we move it. Now, I assume I want all of the bones to move together. So do I do... Will this fella be a furry? I mean, like, where's your line on furry versus monster fucker? Because, like, maybe. Let's go with maybe and not explain further. Oh, he's not fuzzy, if that's what you mean. Okay. His, you can add a few spine pieces. Okay. I mean, for this bit, like, because it's like his wiggly tail, we probably want quite a few. I don't think I've ever actually played Quake to know the answer to that question. Okay, if I do anything wrong, just let me know and I'll pause and come back.
So can you. Not only that, but your options for avoiding damage include maneuvering and strafing. And with the gravity gun, you have room to get inventive, turning your surroundings into a shield or a battering ram. Not to mention the variety of locations, gimmicks, and situations you're placed in keeps the rather straightforward shooting enjoyable throughout its runtime. It takes a simple base and constantly gives it variety.
Oh, that looks more fleshy and meaty than...
Mostly being enemy swarms in large open boxes with cover just kinda sprinkled around. And a lot of the time it fails to incentivize you into even fighting enemies, since it barely feels worthwhile to fight. This is because both Mitchell and the enemies have way too much health, and the enemy AI is brain dead. They will just charge at the player and sit there, exchanging damage until one of the two dies. Most likely the enemy, because, you know, they naturally will have less health. One of the few new enemy types is an exploding drone. It acts as a manhack does, and always comes in a swarm. Anything from a distant encroaching attack to a round-the-corner ambush. But the rest are Half-Life 2 standard, if lobotomized. There's heavy use of fast zombies, hunters, combine, and their equivalents. So it has the controls and the feel of a tactical shooter, but with Half-Life enemies who insist on charging you, and can do it pretty well because the entire world has been equipped with Nerf guns, so they will get in your face and sit there. It's just some of the worst, most joyless, thoughtless shooting I've ever played because none of the elements here feel in sync. And while we're on the topic,
If they weren't bullet spongy, it'd probably be fine.
Perhaps don't make your environment
Should I
so
make a
large I can give
an extra
everyone
one?
the widest berth. Because once we're upstairs, I'm all tuckered out from the rumble downstairs. Let's look at Ravenholm. We're funneled into zombies. We technically don't have to kill them, but you really, really ought to. You're thrown into tight, cluttered corners with them at every step.
Yeah, let's just
Evasion
put
is
one more in
possible,
there.
Fighting them is sensible.
Also,
Not to
your
mention
root
this is
bone,
right
it's
after we get the
over
gravity
there.
down. And zombies are perfect practice. So it's not only necessary to kill them, but it's very good practice for our new toy.
You want to
Here,
uncheck
I can't spare
deform.
any of my 100+ bullets. So we wander into a conversation I have little clue why we're having.
So, you're that sniper, huh?
Hang on a second. Yeah, I guess it was revealed there was a sniper.
I heard that you guys have a plan about getting out of the city.
Maybe.
I went in.
Why?
Yeah, why? It's lovely. So, joking aside, Mitch is suspicious of Adam here not because he's an oblivious idiot. Adam is Black Ops, and so Mitchell accuses him of killing his own people when they turned on the Heku. Adam argues back that Mitchell was killing his own people by slaughtering the staff at Black Mesa.
Didn't you? By the time we got there, you guys already killed more than half the Black Mesa staff.
I've listened to this argument a few times through, and it just gets stranger each time. Their argument boils down to, we had different orders, but it was different when I obeyed them.
And this is my favorite part of the game.
I'm sorry, I don't know where that is.
Big, lofty action movie dialogue, angry accusations and musings on humanity that you've heard elsewhere are spat out at the drop of a hat just because somebody here thinks they sound cool. But they sound alien and weird because besides being awkwardly written, they are in no way
Little green
Both Adam and Mitchell
bone
dodge the
icon
question
under
of how they
chat.
escaped Black Mesa. Mitchell because it's embarrassing, and Adam because his sole trait is that he's shady.
Well, I guess I found my way back.
And he is the worst kind of shady character. He only ever opens his mouth to say things that make everyone in the room think that he's up to something, and then act mysterious when the spotlight suddenly turns on him. He tells us there's another way to get to Brandon Street, and, yeah, question, why did we even bother detouring to you when we should have just been getting to Brandon Street? And he sends us through the flood control. I think I found Gordon Freeman. We then drop down into a little arena where we're tasked with combating 4 hunters who have the high ground since this game has no sense of restraint. Myself and Noonham of Commentary Comms have been doing a commentary on this game, and we're sort of split on the 7-hour war being featured here. But what I can't argue with is that this is not ground this game is equipped to cover. It's an event far greater in your head than it is in demonstration. At best, it wouldn't match up with your imagination.
What game is this? This is Hunt Down the Freeman.
Well, this. A slog. The 7-hour war tells you something very important about the Combine just by being called the 7-hour war. It tells you that taking over Earth was trivial. The Combine is a threat incomprehensible in size.
So for the jaw, you have
the
options.
only reason Gordon Freeman
Okay.
and the Resistance have a shot is because what they've left on Earth.
Going
is
to
little
ignore
more than
it for a
token
minute just
military
because there's
to keep
enough
the
of a
population
delay
in check.
that
Because
it'll
for
take a
them, the
minute for
Earth
you
is
to
now
get
little
to
more
what
than
I
a
need to
water
do.
fountain.
But
Anyway, after the 4 hunters, they
if
then
I start
absolutely
doing some
carpet
stuff,
bomb
then
this
I
random
can
flood control
follow
that
along
has
with what
one
you were
man in it with
suggesting
head
by the
crack
time I
canisters.
actually see it in
Again,
chat.
some restraint, please.
What's the
We
plan
are
for today?
in Act 1.
We'll probably
It's
do
not my fault
like
you
this
set
for a
during the
minute longer,
apocalypse.
and then
Exiting out the floodgate, we come across another poorly considered section. The military has
probably switch
for any bored
to
civilian to muck in with. There's no
either
corpse or
Balatro
anything
or
nearby,
Voice
so
of the
that's my
Void.
best guess
Voice
for
of
why
the
this is
Void
here.
might take a long time.
So, a turret, an elevated position, a group of soldiers this can cover, and a teleport with enemies incoming. But if you use this turret, you're just wasting time. The Combine will never stop coming. You're better off just ignoring this and getting to the next area before all the Marines die and stop soaking up bullets for you. So why offer us a turret? Why light it up as though it's important? Lighting is important as a
Start
guide in
downloading it
games
now
like
so you
this,
don't have
and
to.
you've
Why don't we
misused
do a
it
poll
number
in
of times
chat?
already. This is a problem with taking place in the 7-hour war.
What game?
We cannot win battles. That would not work with
Balatro,
the helplessness of the situation. But then the level does
Voices
a really bad
of
job communicating that
the
you should be
Void.
stopping for nothing. The 7-hour war should have had us skulking through alleyways, avoiding
people on
conflict, and just
YouTube, what do you want to do?
occasionally seeing the human forces dwindle as we can't do anything to help. It hurts the idea that we're the villain if we muck in with the war effort. I mean, sure, we're supposed to abandon it, but that doesn't ever seem like the right thing to do. It's not communicated that that's what we should be doing. You should have
Shift
barred
D
us
to make
off
an extra
from these
bone
things.
and have it
But
parented
while
to the
I'm
head,
here, the lack of
independently
trace
rotating the
arounds,
head.
The lack of crosshair, the very loose way we
Okay,
control
so
this
like
turret
Shift
makes it an
D.
absolute bastard to use anyway. So, there's your hint to abandon it. The fact that it's fucking useless. We come across a group of stationary soldiers, one of which is yelling.
Move! Move! Move!
The
One vote
soldiers
for
don't move,
Bolitro from
and so he
YouTube.
keeps yelling. There's a Strider up ahead.
Wife has not been
and
playing it.
naturally, the soldiers are a bit
Oh,
hesitant
I'm sorry.
to move.
Permit.
This is supposed to be the first required use of the parkour system. But I didn't realize that on my first playthrough, and fortunately I circumvented it. Oh yeah, the parkour system. That's another feature that's on the store page. The parkour system is accessible.
Hold up,
by
the
going into
arms aren't even
options menu,
attached to the
finding a
spine?
key to holster your gun, and then holstering it. This allows you to pathetically pour up walls and pitifully move up pipes. So little of this game is actually made to accommodate it, and there are a number of areas where it can get you stuck.
There we go. That's a good rig.
I think there's meant to be an ability to slide. I mean, why else would
So,
our
like, the
vision
ribs
jerk
don't
like
have
this
to
when we go into a
do-
crouch? Because it doesn't do anything. There isn't much to say about the parkour
The
system. other
ribs,
than
because
it's a
they're supposed to
broken,
like be
barely
Venus
implemented
flytrappy,
feature.
where
It
they
doesn't
do this
tie in
thing.
with Mitchell's character.
We don't
The
have to
combat
like.
system doesn't encourage movement or elevation all that much, and it's just so dreadfully dull and animated so awkwardly it'd be better named clambering than parkour. Anyway, then we do a mad dash at a Strider and crawl into this parking lot. And the G-Man must want a word or something, because the first time I beat this stage, it loaded me into an inescapable void. And in the subway, we run into two really bad puzzles. The first one in particular is astounding, because it fails to even establish itself. We come into a room. On the left is a caged-off area with elevator access. There's nothing really in there to draw the eye. On the right is a stairwell. So you go down several flights. There are floors that contain nothing and are pointless for the sake of this puzzle. And at the bottom of the stairs is a locked door. So you walk around to the lift, and with nowhere else to go, you
Alright,
take it
so
up.
the pre-alpha version here?
And in my experience, immediately back down. Adam rejoins you and hands over his sniper rifle.
What the fuck?
So, beneath the stairs is a power conduit. It's bathed in darkness.
You see
And at
that in the
top
middle
this
of the
elevator
model?
ride,
On the
secret
floor,
behind a
that's the
box for
route.
some
What?
reason,
What?
is some cabling. It's not a hard
Why
puzzle
is that
because it's a
there?
brain buster. It's a hard puzzle because it has zero
It's not connected to
presence.
shit,
It's so
man.
easy to miss every element involved. The power box is in...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is the root bone there not doing shit? Okay. So that allows you, because it's the root bone. Okay, so like, this is wrong then? Shit. Not necessary. I mean, can you just vibe there and be the root bone from there? Like, he just needs to exist somewhere in the vicinity of the fucker, right? And he's dead center, more or less. I'm getting two different answers. It's a little scary. Nudge him forward a little. Like, the bones? Or this bone, or what? Everything. Like, all of the bones and the guy, or what? In object mode. Everything. That really isn't necessary? Do you want it here so that way it's on top of the red cursor thing that I still don't know what the fuck it is, but everything matters to it for some reason? That sounds like a root bone situation. Okay, cool. It is now intersecting that point. We're gonna say that's good. Should I do a bone that's just kind of doing its own thing here? Or like how to bone? Nice. Yes. Okay. New bone. Use it for being a pivot and whatnot. Okay. You can set the parent to be the head of the bone. Okay. So add single bone and object mode single. Okay. Edit mode. Shift A boner has appeared. Okay, cool. This kind of has the same vibe as like the coding stuff, where everything needs parents and you have to kill children.
It's dark. The location of the cable makes 0 sense, and the door barely looks linked to the power. This looks like a door. It's also just a really bizarre puzzle, because these features are only recognizable if you are familiar with Half-Life 2. It's entirely dependent on its own source material. These cables are recognizable on their own, sure, but you understand how they work from Half-Life 2. And more embarrassing than that still is that unlike Half-Life 2, this game never gets around to teaching you that picking up and moving objects is a thing. This is the first time it comes up. And I mean, if you look back, those superglued tables are surely teaching you that physics objects won't be important.
What's going to be the bigger group? The group that have played Half-Life or the group that haven't played Half-Life?
Both.
So you 50-50. You think it's going to be 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50.
Set the parent as the head.
The Freeman is equal parts distinct and dependent on Half-Life. I get that for story purposes, you need at least a base understanding of the original. It's fan fiction, but for gameplay purposes, it's desperately trying to find its own footing, but it just can't, and it's because of little things like this.
I don't know how to do that.
Anyway, in the next room, I decide to run
align it with the jaw, then go to the right-hand menu, bone properties, green bone,
the game reloads,
relations,
now soft-locked.
parent.
I am unable to move or act. Fine, I'll tackle these ones.
Bone 13. No, this is bone 15.
Anyway, next up, the
no,
armies
14.
ripped the subway entrance to blow, along with most of New Mexico. I'm really glad no zombies have wandered in here, or people seeking refuge. But to be fair, this room, while downright silly in concept, isn't a terrible section. It just needs more visual signifiers for where you should not tread.
Okay, so that connects to
I'm going to go
that.
out on a limb and assume that most people don't want to play platforming games on faith. Both times I've played through this segment, I got through this room on my second attempt, unsure what I'd really done right. This is also one of those moments where the poor parkour system really rears its head. We're playing the floor is made of lava, but you won't let me stand on the tables. In the subway proper, we meet Colonel Q and his comedy crew.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Well, look who we got here, boys. A black
Naming bones would help.
Hoorah!
The Play-Doh's a nice touch, Colonel. Dangerously close to the mouth, though.
Someone has got to get past those zombies.
Okay, so we don't need...
Activate the train.
In the example you showed, you didn't have it rigged so that way the wings or the arms, or I mean legs, were connected to the main spine like this. You don't need shoulder joints, but you usually have. Okay, I'm going to put them in. Hey. Hello? Hello? I'm fine. How are you, sir?
I am doing pretty good, thanks for asking. What I would like to do is tell you a little about the solar program. I understand you are the homeowner of a single-family regular house, right?
I have house. I have single-family house. Single-family regular house I have. Investment opportunities I seek. Okay. Fucking. That company really wants to install solar pingals.
That's real brave of you, Larry. Your country's proud of you.
Hello? Me? I did not volunteer, sir.
If your mother was alive, she'd be proud of you, son.
My mother is dead?
So, I adore these lads, but they're all terrible and they stick out like a sore thumb. We've been going through the unrelenting horror of the 7-hour war. Every battle that we have seen has been a losing one. Then we come across these bastards hiding in a subway, having rigged everything to blow, and they're fleeing.
That's right. We do have a plan.
The nose on that model? Hopefully you don't mean
Their plan
mine.
is also terrible. A contact of theirs, Captain Roosevelt, has noted that the Combine are on land and air, but not the
Is it
sea.
okay if the
So we're
bones
fleeing to
aren't
California
like?
to
I
board
mean,
a
they're
boat.
going to be
Two
invisible by
important
the end of
questions
this,
need to be asked about
so it
this
doesn't
plan.
matter.
What's above the sea, and can the Combine teleport? Still, Mitchell's on board. Or, well, he would be if the trains are running. So it falls to him and Larry to turn on the trains. Sadly, there's a small group of zombies in the control room, and that's stopping this whole desertion business. Larry is...
Don't touch me. Stop it. Sorry, Sarge. I'm taken.
unique, let's say. We activate the trains while he observes. Then Nick catches up.
I can't believe you made it.
Okay, let's go.
Larry, shut the fuck up, for God's sake.
I have no clue why the tone has suddenly shifted to comedic down here for these two rooms. It's completely incongruous with the tone before and immediately after. I only like it because it feels like the actors for Q and Larry got their lines sent to them and they mistook it for a comedy. That is honestly the only way their acting makes sense to me, because otherwise I am at a loss for what I'm meant to make of them. They are so ridiculous. And if G-Man saying Mesa isn't going to raise alarms, who is going to call these two out and ask them to take it more seriously? On the way up to the rail depot, the 7th hour ticks over, and the President Keemstar, has an address.
My fellow Americans, as your President and Commander-in-Chief, it is with a heavy heart that I'm informing you that we have made a strategic decision to surrender to the alien invaders known as the Combine.
Oh.
To fight another day. We shall return.
Really bad speech there. You shouldn't promise revolt in your address of surrender. That might just tick your conquerors off.
Yeah,
So
that's not a good
let's
play.
Think about this. The army is filled with goofballs and English people. Keemstar is president. What fucking picture of America is being painted here?
God, I hope not.
Shocked and appalled the president.
I'm not surprised at this point,
You're not allowed
but
to be angry that the
I
war
hope
was
not.
lost while you're in the middle of deserting it, you selfish pricks. How dare you be surprised? The group starts discussing how the aliens seem intelligent, and Adam opens his mouth to pull his signature "look at me" move.
Those creatures can be many things, but they're not stupid.
Everyone turns to grill him for information, and then, as if this scene couldn't be any more surreal, Pyrocynical, noted US Marine, runs in to warn us of approaching aliens.
Oh, Colonel, we are so fucked.
That's my favourite line reading in the game. So, is this our fault? We did turn the claymores off. We're ordered to get a gate open as a pulse-pounding escape sequence really wants to happen. Simply put, this game needs greater use of music. so much of the set pieces are totally flat and awkward without it. Especially because without music, there's nothing to mask how bad the gunfights sound. It's like a bunch of printers yelling at each other.
You really want? Well, these are individual, like the finger moves.
Music influences action. A high octane
right?
piece
These
can
are the
let you know
fingers.
it's time to flee. A triumphant battle track tells you when it's time to hold ground and fight. Because when we get upstairs and the map spawns me facing a fucking wall, and my disorientation only worsens from there, whatever intensity this scene might have is kind of lost when I'm blindly stumbling around like Mr. Bean in the middle of a gunfight, rubbing against each train, wondering which one will let me leave. And that's a guess, because I don't know if the game wants me to fight these guys off before it will let me leave. There's no music, or indeed anyone telling me what I'm doing. Once on the train, the loading screen equivalent of a smash cut
Save?
happens
Oh,
without
yeah.
any of the
Thank you.
intended meaning. No doubt impressive considering the fade to black.
This is also in a
Whatever
separate
reason, action music is
version
playing,
of it,
and
so
we
that
can
way,
wander
if
around.
this sucks
But
and
the
does
scene
not
won't
work,
progress until we
we'll be
randomly
fine.
decide to climb on the bloody roof of a moving train, and then the most contrived defense segment I've ever played begins.
What the fuck?
I cannot believe how stupid this scenario is, and wilder still how boring it is. It's 5 straight minutes of gunning down an endless parade of gunships as more and more of the train compartments break, and only when the engine remains are we allowed to continue. We have infinite health, infinite ammo, and the minigun cannot overheat. It's so dreadfully fucking dull. Then we arrive in Nevada.
I see what they were trying to do with that scene. They just did it really bad.
They're dead.
I'm stunned. They used that sequence to kill Colonel Q, Larry, Brad, and the rest of the lads.
Shit. He was always a tough bastard.
Toughest son of a bitch I ever knew.
You knew him for
Colonel
like 5
Q,
seconds, what?
Tough. Deserter. Died in the back cabin. We still have a drive to the coast ahead. We have to make a stop at the warehouse on the way. You know, that one warehouse. To grab some supplies and hopefully save some folk. We're given a Humvee and what follows is an escort segment. I think. We're to get this truck through the famous Nevada Play-Doh. They didn't even change the noise from buggy to Humvee. It even crashes the same. Honestly, this segment is just easy. We have regenerating health and the turret shreds enemies.
Train levels can be very
It
dull.
lasts too long, but it's inoffensive. The only entertaining thing here is the fact that the truck will smash through me and pull up next to enemies. I feel guilty rescuing him. It's pretty clear he wants to get blown to bits. I guess besides anything else, I appreciate that this level has a road, since that means that this is the easiest to navigate segment so far.
That's true,
I mean,
that's
the truck
true.
gets stuck at points, but the game is nice enough to let me go and move other Humvees and clear the way. Honestly, this is the best the game has been so far, since it hasn't made me panic that I'm doing the wrong thing. Word of warning, don't try and ram enemies though, both you and the game will crash. All the wrong lessons are taken forward as we make it to the factory. We pull up near a gas station, head crab canisters block the road ahead, and an easily
The sounds are so bad.
factory. So, after wandering around this giant area for 5 minutes, I finally get to the factory it wants me to. And I find a bunch of locked up workers and a fellow named Boston Joe who wishes to free them.
There's a gas leak that can blow half of us all the way to hell with a fucking match. Half the guys in the plant are stuck inside, and the other half became brain fucked.
Why does he sound
because
like
they got
that?
a big ass spider with a huge vagina stuck on their head. Here, take this.
A wrench? Why a wrench?
Because I only got one crowbar, and I have no intention to give it away.
Oh, bro, you a Half-Life fan too?
Alright, Joe. Let's save your friends from spiders with vaginas.
Lower that thing. You're gonna blow us all up.
Wait a minute. I thought you said no weapons.
What?
A whole cutscene establishing something that doesn't matter. We switch the gas off, and all of these characters disappear as we leave the factory. Outdoors, the Combine have caught up, and the convoy is fleeing. After about 10 minutes, I realize I have to save this truck, and then I can flee.
I think I would get soft-locked by this game.
We are given a warehouse full of ammunition, and enemies are constantly spawning outside. Just
But
ignore
you
them.
should
Just
leave.
Run away. Just
Yeah.
run through this way too large map. And then we get to the docks, and this is the game at its
There is
worst in
no
terms of
hold
both
ground
combat and
area in that
navigation.
game.
Let us start with this image.
Like, the concept isn't bad. What if one of the guys you beat up who was following orders who wanted to stop the, you know, reactor explosion thing from causing a whole bunch of problems?
It's part of why the enemies are so hardy. The game defaults to easy for a reason. I thought this was a mistake. On easy, there's still bullet sponges, but so are you. Anyway, the docks are a large, flat, repetitive area filled with cargo crates and wide sightlines. There is very little cover, and as such, this is a great place to fill with hunters and reintroduce the, for some reason, obscenely hardy Vortigons. I dropped down to easy here with reason. I was tired of this game.
This is a segment where if you wander into the wrong area, which is in no way signposted, insanely lethal hardy Vortigons will just spawn in a circle around you and you have no cover and nowhere to run.
What?
And this brings me to a question.
Where are we going? I was wandering blindly for so long that I legitimately thought the map was bugged. When this map begins, we're not told what we're doing. If we're headed for that ship mentioned way earlier, the Avalon Vale,
That's not what the army did in Half-Life. They were to clean up.
The one notable landmark, a lighthouse, which you would be drawn towards, is obscured by the draw distance. How fucking ironic. This leaves you with no clear objective to start the map with. And after scaling the lighthouse, we're blown out immediately and have to spend a minute swimming over to the opposite dock, which is barely lit. From here, we're not to head towards a boat, but to a random point in between some cargo crates, at which point the next map
The twist of
loads.
this game is dog shit? You're Freeman or some shit? That would be the dumbest possible thing.
Surprise, surprise, a large directionless dock. This happened in the factory area as well, and I have to say, I'm not impressed by how large this map is. It's horrible. It's boring. Holding down W and Shift is not engaging gameplay. I see this massive stretch of road ahead, and I'm not thinking, wow, that's realistic. I'm mentally shutting off.
That led to levels with no textures.
When I'm told to go to a factory, don't put two factories right next to one another. Don't place a gigantic car park nearby and let me wander into it. You are wasting my time and your own. This is another lesson you should be taking from Half-Life. You can
but
make an
they
area
stole
feel
that
expansive
asset
and
or
complete
whatever,
without minute-long
so
stretches of
it was
fuck
probably
all.
fully modeled
Half-Life
because you were
creates a
intended on
sense
it
of place
being like the
by
main
running you
structure,
through
I would
fleshed-out
assume.
highlight reels of a space. I never thought while playing Nova Prospect that it needed more empty corridors to really sell me on the fact that this is a big prison. It's padding of the most obvious kind. So, on the other side of the dock, the water is poisonous, I guess. Oh god, me ankles. How the hell did that damage me? I made the jump.
Yeah, the problem is
eventually
that
make
this
it to the
guy's
Avalon
hand is
Vale.
fucked.
What follows is the first scene that
But you are
really
right.
lets you know that Hideo Kojima is going to be in the special family.
Because this is his wrist, but
Captain
also here is his
Roosevelt
wrist.
welcomes the men.
Do not neglect to show
Who is this guy again? This is Tesnakerer. Tehsnakerer. And there's so many people who worked on this that are like real people that you've heard about. Like, I Hate Everything and Keemstar for some fucking reason. We could watch the rest of this video, or we could play Voices of the Void for an hour and a half or so. I really want to finish this, but like we only have like an hour and a half before my wife gets home. So I should probably like stop so we actually do play games. I want to see the video. Okay, up to y'all. Voices of the Void now, or see the video and let me keep working. I can link it in chat regardless. Can also just save our progress on it, but it just seems ass. I'm not surprised to find that that's okay. Voices of the Void tomorrow. Why don't we give it a lot more room? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. I can piss real fast. Watch. And then I piss myself. Can you imagine? All right, I'm back. It's bizarre to see something as bad as this in practice. I wonder whether or not the fact the mesh is made of pieces isn't going to absolutely break the rigging progress. Maybe it won't. I mean, I could connect the pieces so they're not different things. Like join them. I'm back, by the way. Yeah, opposing force did exist, didn't it? What should I do about these guys? Because the rib cage is supposed to open and shut like a Venus flytrap. Do I have like separate bones for them? I would assume so. Can each rib move individually? Yes. So that way he can kind of like chew and crunch. Or I could just, you know what? I think it would be better if it all just closed together. So maybe what I could do is I could bring this back a bit. And I could do like a couple sets of them. Then one bone for each side. It slammed them into... Oh. Curve 0 into the mailbox. He's the only thing hard to get now. And I wouldn't bother shoving everything into the mailbox? Okay. All right, what if we have, like, some of them joined to this on one side, and then we mirror it to the other side? Because, like, the mesh just connects up with it, right? So, like... Like, I'm well aware that this is not going to work the way I want it to, but God, I need it to, because holy shit, fuck. I suppose that's okay. That's not really what I wanted to do here, but fine. Just do it mirrored. 2 at a time here, and then I somehow get the last one into position. We're good. Did I ever visit Arcane Austin? I don't think so. I wouldn't mind going back to Austin for a visit once planes are safe. I'm trying to convince my folks to come up here instead. Let me turn on the video again.
Hospitality to strangers, for by this some have entertained angels without knowing it.
Is that
13:2?
I will fucking kill you. Mitchell, prologue. Roosevelt asks who's leading the men, and without an answer and with a clear protagonist, Mitchell steps forwards. And Nick's rather strange out of nowhere opinion on him springs forth.
He's cursed.
What?
What kind of curse is this?
Whoever is at the top of his command dies. Colonel Q, Sergeant Harvey.
You don't have to make each side easier or
Nick,
individually?
You have some form of seasickness which turned you into a bitch. You were there. They were in charge of you too. You've known me for less than a day. This is the most contrived anger I've ever seen. Are you gonna go and say the president surrendered because he was Mitchell's commander-in-chief, you donut?
There's no such thing as a curse.
We'll see about that.
Oh sure, take the other English guy's side.
You and your men from now on are under my command.
Set up. A large invasion fleet attacks.
They're in the air and on the ground.
Not on the sea.
All right.
Oh, well,
you can use Symmetries.
I get worried that the game has repeatedly
Does depend on
soft-locked into the
naming
sheer length of time
conventions.
between
Okay.
waves, and then part of the ship explodes for some reason.
Because why wouldn't it?
That's not a curse.
made a deal with the devil.
Well, it looks like you're the captain now.
What?
Punchline. I burst out laughing. How fucking stupid. I get what they're doing. The G-Man. It is a curse. It is a deal with the devil. But these characters
Okay, let's
have no
do
reason
Ribs
to know or act
front
like
and
this.
back.
It's so contrived. It's trying to be clever and deep. And it's just fucking ridiculous. Everyone in charge of him dies, so make him captain. That is so childish. I really hope that Mitchell was so maddened that he spent the next few weeks breaking mirrors and setting up courses of ladders to sprint under to spite the superstitious twat. Not
Okay,
that we'd
here it
know,
is.
Because this scene is followed by a free.
Why is he picks at them? That's my explanation. Or maybe this game's dog dick. It's super useful for symmetrical creatures like arms and legs for people who aren't like that, but this guy is not one. So I found out that it is. I'm gonna go ahead and rename this bone first. Never mind. Backbone. And then this fucker is from here. No. It's from here. Front bone. The front bone's connected to it's bone 13. The bone 13 is connected to the bone 12. Will he have vagina bone? Where the fuck is his pussy? Yeah, ribs left and right would probably be better. All right, so do I copy this fuck? F2 will also open up the name field for things. Did not know that. Thank you. No, keep it? Okay. So we got both of the ones where they need to be.
Year time jump. And now we get something really offensive. Over a solid minute of black screen, Mitchell narrates the Combine's takeover
Oh my
of Earth,
God.
draining of the sea, and subjugation of
Move him
human
to the
race.
side a little bit? Okay.
This is the very antithesis of Half-Life's methods of telling a story. To have zero visuals and pure tell, don't show. And who is this scene for exactly? Complete newcomers to the series? Throughout my whole time with this video,
All right,
I have
let's
never
call
been
him.
sure whether this
I didn't
game
realize
wants to
that we
appeal
were
to
going to
just
do that
Half-Life
at this
veterans
point.
or new people,
L.
because it does an awkward mix of both. It feels like it's for neither, but it just gets more and more confusing. I forgive
R,
the cutscenes
L
for
as well.
better and mostly worse. They are ironically entertaining, but it takes no notes on storytelling from its source to bulk them up. The world tells no story, and what little snippets of story we get during gameplay are quiet and without subtitles.
Now you can
This
symmetrize.
cutscene is going to actually work because we are not taking out all the normal Half-Life story progress and just replacing with some cutscenes. We put extra stories and emotions and storytellings with that cutscenes.
Okay.
So, we're in Alaska, one of the few places
F3
covered in this game's reception,
sim-
and we're here to get defenses for the ship.
As it turns out, the Combine are more than capable of fighting
Symmetrize.
at sea. Yeah, we've been at this stupid plan for 3 years.
Take everything I said about the
It
last map being
knew.
way
It
too
knew to
bloody
call it
big,
R.
and then add in areas that can kill you through super
Good program. Smart
Like
program.
the enemies aren't as awful, mind, so it's, swings and roundabouts. We start by falling into a cave, and I'll give some credit. I had fun lighting and tossing this flare to find the way. The insane screen tearing this is causing is a bit much, mind, so I'll just switch on the VSync.
Oh.
Oh. So, it's at this chapter that the game has also started crashing whenever it loaded a manual or quick save.
And so, as a substitute, I just had to start no-clipping.
I know I should be annoyed, but I'm more impressed by how shoddy this is. So, we've got a handgun, a bolt-action rifle, too bloody far to walk, and as we're exiting this much too large stage, we just
It's
walk back and
contextual
forth
on
across,
what
we
menu
see a
you're
hunter
on.
running from the right and passes off to our left. What is the message? What is the point of this
Okay.
hunter? It surely cannot be to
That's his
follow it to
penis
the
bone
left.
right there.
As I said, we have a pistol and a bolt action. Hardly good
Also
weapons
known
for
as his
taking
root
on
bone.
any number of hunters.
Okay, he's bony now.
Of course, it's telling us to go left. We have to make an assumption that it'd be headed home. But in the next stage, indeed in this whole chapter, there are no other hunters. And from here on out, to avoid the deep freeze, we have to follow the dead trees. Naturally, the game then introduces its first real gimmick. Snipers. They're sort of dropped on you. The game doesn't demonstrate how they work first or give you a
Save before you merge. We are saved.
Just suddenly there and you have to learn. There's no cover, so instead you have to dodge them. And it's a very basic rhythm. Sprint forward a bit to make them lead a shot. Stop. Wait for the shot. Then repeat for 15 minutes.
Oh my god.
I'm not joking. This obstacle is repeated
Disconnect your
with
root bone from the
variety
pelvis.
for an entire stage, with the deep freeze so you don't dodge too far away. The increase in difficulty
real-time walk of 20 minutes on ice while being
to
sniped.
the player, necessitating just doing the same rhythm faster and faster, until it's at the point that you're better off just sprinting past and taking the hit. Then one of them is bugged and able to shoot you through the fucking floor. Classic escalation of difficulty. Just make it worse until it's practically broken and cheating. I put up a clip of this moment and a comment from it. Yes, so many of the walking sounds in this game are mismatched, so that walking on this thick snow sheet sounds like I'm walking on tiles. If you've watched to this point, you now know that this is just a small issue hiding amongst so many. I'm not going to go on this game's aesthetics
Oh, I
too
have
much.
to disconnect it.
There, but
Sorry.
I'll mostly talk about the gameplay experience. We enter a combine base, and you know what?
I don't think I
We would
can
have lost
disconnect it.
nothing if you just started this
I
chapter
definitely can, I just
right
don't know
here.
how.
You've given yourself the advantageous framing device of being able to do time skips and leave Mitchell's headspace. Please use it a bit more. We fight through this tiny combine base and emerge on the cusp of an even larger one. Welcome to Act 2, Chapter 2. Welcome to City 17. Whoops.
What?
This is the only map in the game I can't claim to have beaten. It's a spotlight segment. If you're spotted, a laser will charge up and kill you. Once spotted, getting hit is inevitable. I have no clue where to go or how to get there. I'm trying, but there isn't enough feedback to avoid the spotlight.
Because we want to be able to move the
later towers feel like they can just decide they want
green
you dead,
bone,
and the spotlight doesn't actually
relations,
mean anything. I ended up no
connected, yes.
Not that no clipping wasn't exactly perilous.
It was unchecked.
Inside, we find Boris and his daughter Sasha. This isn't the weapons factory Mitchell was after, but instead a child labor camp producing cremators. Boris wants Mitchell to be disgusted, to bathe in Boris's self-loathing. But Mitchell instead pontificates on how humanity and the Combine aren't so different.
I don't think that's disgusting at all.
Oh my god, who's this Andrew Tate looking motherfucker? Where does his chin go?
Reason we were trying to go to space for decades.
One bone
for
up on the...
If we had the power to enslave them, wouldn't we?
Wow, Mitchell.
What?
I don't give a shit. This has nothing to do with the story. Still, Mitchell isn't leaving empty-handed.
I'm gonna burn the whole factory to the ground and take those kids with me.
Looks like the pelvis. You want to...
So, deciding to take the kids as his private army, he sets to destroying the factory. This isn't done by finding weak points or gumming up the machinery. No, instead a map far too large for its needs follows, where it will let us leave if we kill enough Combine. So as we gun everything down and
Maybe I disconnect these two and then I can move this guy freely?
out into the wastes of Alaska.
Okay.
And
alright, so it's there now. It's no longer connected.
Less fanfare than the
is it okay where it is? It is that spot, but not connected to them. He does not have an official name, no.
So I guess all those guys died off screen. I don't know how, seeing as Mitchell was in charge.
Now connect the tailbone to the pelvis.
Disturbing find, and Adam brings it forward.
So, this to that?
His shipment of hair dye has arrived surely. Nope, it's a crowbar. Just a crowbar. But this is enough to enrage Mitchell.
Everybody get out. Get out! I said get out!
I love this mischievous, theatrical take on G-Man. He's come to call in that favor. Mitchell must now go and hunt down the Freeman.
We gave you all the treasure you could possibly
One bone at a
ask
time.
for.
Alright, connected.
Treasure, it was a curse!
G-Man recites
but
the
then it connects to
Mitchell made
that.
Freeman, but he still isn't having it. Look, I was in a bad spot at the time. Bit of a moody bastard. Was cosplaying Geralt. I didn't
The
mean any
immolator
of it.
is not a flame...
I love this. Mitchell doesn't care about...
I'm sorry, the game Cremators changed the immolator from a flamethrower to an acid gun. Cremators, immolator, acid gun. What? You need to change the parent of the... Okay. Parent bone. So they're both the same... They both have the same parent. Other way around. Let me try that again. The only licensed project to include cremators, and they screwed up the weapon. The immolator is not a flamethrower. It's an... Oh, okay. It used to be an... Well, I mean, it makes sense that it would be a... Okay. You really should have named these. I mean, we're just vibing at the time. All right, here's what I'm going to do for a second. I'm going to move them and figure out what's connected to what, and then we can go from there. We'll fix it in a second. All right, so this guy is somehow connected still. Don't be connected. Okay, so now that guy's touching that guy. I want these two to be connected, right? You want your tail connected. Okay, so then the parent needs to be... Wait, I did that backwards. Okay. And then connected. Who are you? Bone 2. Bone 1. Okay, when they're connected, they're forced to touch head to tail. I'm sorry, what are we trying to do? Like parented. Okay, so like this guy... These guys are friends now. The tail is now... Like, its parent is this one here. Like, loosely sure that I got that right. Okay, good. Okay, cool. All right, so I've done the thing. It is now done. Don't forget the penis bone. The penis bone's still there. There it is. Saved. If we go to pose mode, we haven't connected any of the geometry. Pose. Okay. Re-rotating? Okay, so that wasn't right. The video is stopped because I'm trying to get help on how to do this real quick. Then I'll hit play again. I'll just hit play.
He's over it. He just wants this to be over with. He'd give it all back, basically meaning death, because he hates what this deal has gotten him.
Last step. Okay.
Down the Freeman,
this was just to check to make sure that we did it right, right?
And then
so the fact that we can go whip means that we did it right.
Have his heart in it. That's good. That's
and then whip
into this stupid
so we did it
angle.
right.
Let me summarize.
This is where we join the mesh to the armature.
To go after Freeman. I just want to die. Do it or I'll kill you. Set sail for City 17. Does anyone here understand how to make a threat?
In object mode. Okay, going to object mode. Do we pick individual vibe or parts? So like I guess like this top of skull and like this bone or something. First you need to join all your meshes together. Okay, let's do that real quick. That's going to take a second. Okay, one thing I'm having an issue with, and it's going to be a thing later as well, is this is just cloned ears. So then when I join them, I lose an ear. Apply. Oh, I never applied it? The fuck? Really? Oh. Huh? Give me a minute, y'all.
Anyway, Mitchell's immediate plan is to ally with the Combine to hunt down the Freeman. Nick
What?
wants nothing to do with it, and is massively confused with the whole thing. The two go back and forth at each other with grandiose statements for several minutes, key point being Nick saying Mitchell never cared for his troops, and it culminates in the truly wonderful exchange.
God help us. No. God will stay away from this one.
Well, I mean, it's either that or he's giving it a negative review on Steam. I don't know what Nick's on about. Mitchell loves his lads. Damn it.
What?
Topside, everyone
Before we make
blasts
the
the song
changes
Nuclear in
irreversible,
their heads and Mitchell lies
make
to
a
his
backup?
troops, saying that the oceans will soon be dry and with nowhere to go, they must prove themselves worthy to the Combine if they're to have any hope of survival. I mean, that's all true. The lie comes about from him leaving out the whole Freeman thing.
Gentlemen, we are going to City 17.
It's time to enact a stupid plan.
Okay.
The gang arrives in City 17,
Save.
and Mitchell has a plan.
Save
he
as.
needs to get noticed by the Combine so he can have a meeting to hand over his troops. We're not told how we're going to do this. I just kinda had to wander around and accidentally carry out Mitchell's plan. The player is completely left in the dark as to what he wants to do.
Cool.
Whoa, look at this! A map from Half-Life 2. Look at how much space there isn't. As with
Look
any
at how
good
much
allegiance,
space there isn't.
It begins with us suicide bombing a security checkpoint in case of Nova Prospect, then Mitchell sneaks into the city and breaks into a building. Not very quickly, mind, because this map is huge and the window it wants me to scale into it is very easily missed. So I wandered past it several times, and I think I spent a good 15 minutes in this map before I even noticed it. You've no doubt heard my inserts. That's because I recorded the original all in one sitting, so that's why I sound more aggravated most of the time. And what happened was, the later parts of this audio file are occasionally having more problems than the early parts, so hello, this is me in the future, with far less bourbon in me. What you have to do is climb into that window, head through the building, and through here brazenly wander into a neighborhood on lockdown, so you can lead the Combine on a foot chase through several blocks, inevitably ending with your capture. And I am very confident at this point that what Mitchell was really after was getting turned into a stalker, because this is fucking silly. That is such a complex and stupid idea for not being communicated to the player that you have to know, oh, I'm just going to wander. How does it feel like the right thing to do when you, an unarmed character, suddenly has Metro cops firing at them? It's stupid. And then to actually have to
We're gonna have to apply all those modifiers.
Buildings. It's so insane. We're brought before Boris, revealing that if you flee your post and let your factory burn, the Combine will shower promotions on you. Boris hints that this new posting was arranged by the G-Man. He refused the deal at first, but when G-Man pointed out that it's taking the deal or Sasha freezing to death, his hands were more than a little bit tied. I should point out that in this entire scene, Boris doesn't explicitly mention it was G-Man. This is so that in a much later conversation, Mitchell can say something very stupid. It's so obvious that this can't possibly be the setup for a twist. What, am I supposed to imagine Breen was out in the Alaskan wastes offering jobs to wandering snowmen? Anyway, Mitchell puts his offer forward.
Okay,
his ship,
I think
and
I
his
got
men.
all of them.
Boris finds it a tempting offer.
That is a rich offer indeed.
Oh, the face.
Excuse me for a little while.
What?
I can't believe it. The game is actually going to make me wait. Is there an alternate ending hidden somewhere in here? Because I haven't found it. Anyway, it turns out Breen's cool with it. But things are about to get murky.
We have multiple spies in the Resistance. This brings me to another topic. You remember, my Sasha, my daughter. She's in the Resistance.
Should I combine all of the other meshes? Select all the mesh pieces. Okay, we are now combining them.
If she sees you, she will recognize you. Do not harm her, or I will kill you.
Sounds like a deal. Let me ask you something, Boris.
And
You
the
said you have
armature
spies
lasts.
inside the
Okay.
Resistance, right?
Yes, Mitchell, mere seconds ago.
What?
So, Mitchell asks if he knows
Okay, I've
Freeman's
selected
current
the armature
whereabouts.
last.
Black Mesa.
Now what?
Okay, so timeline time. We definitely blew up the checkpoint after Freeman has passed through, and Freeman makes it to Black Mesa East at the end of the first day. He's there for roughly 10 minutes, but we managed to leave the Citadel, or at least I assume that we were just in the Citadel, and get
Control
all of Mitchell's
P.
men, Mitchell himself, and some Metro cops there in time for the attack on Black Mesa East. Damn, the Combine's efficient. I will say, Black Mesa East is the best this game gets, and it barely lasts any time at all. It's a lot of room-to-room, small-scale gunfights, and the pace does not let up. No respawning enemies, just straightforward action.
See, that seems like
And
they did
I
a good
actually
job here on
understand what's
this.
going on, and what I'm here to do.
Also, Control
Not to
P,
mention,
the menu, you
finally
saw
feels
it?
like this game is being what it needs to be. We're the villain. After 2/3 of the runtime had
Automatic
us doing
waits?
overly long setup for this minute payoff, we are hunting down the Freeman. Not
Okay.
only that, we're taking a group of brainwashed, impressionable 20-somethings who know no other leadership but Mitchell, a man who has just sold them into servitude for their alien conquerors, who have immediately sicked them on the one group fighting for their
Let's try and
interests.
pose it.
And the rebels are up.
Okay. Now, I don't have this connected to my fancy versions of all these bits, which I also realized were left behind when we moved everything forward. So that's going to be a shit. How about I just like real quickly Where'd your fucking ear go? Where did your goddamn ear go? Ears. Ugh. Mirror. Oh. Oh. The origin is wrong, so it's mirroring in the wrong spot. That's going to be problems all throughout the model, isn't it? I could probably bring... Okay, you know what? We're just going to... I could just delete all this, and we can, like, spawn in the version that I've saved somewhere else into here, and then just, like, until the shit works. All right, so let's just delete that shit so we don't have to worry about it. Now we just have the armature. All right, so now we go to animation, you said? Or is it posing? No, it's posing, which is... Like, I have to click on the armature, then I can go to... No. Okay, we click on the armature, and then we can go to pose mode. It was there a bit ago, I just forgot how to get there. All right, so now I can, like, click on this, and then... Yeah, that's right. And you? Uh-huh. And you. Oh, yeah. No, it's good. No, we're good. No, this is great. It went wrong. All right. I assume that we're Control-Zing until we get out of here. We can try one more thing. This one's a doozy. Okay. Do I want to, like, keep going back or what? Can we see the panel behind your face real quick? Oh, yeah, sorry. You want to take your character mesh, right? So do we want to go back before we got everything, like, connected up the way we did? Because it really seems to love the teeth. Wait, why are you still decimatable? All right. Submissive and decimatable. Right, so God just doesn't hear me anymore, yeah? No, I just applied the decimations rather than deleting them. Automatic weights hate this, especially when they're not split in two. So it just decides to ignore them. Okay. Which is why the ears and the teeth go together. It's just like, I don't give a shit about the top, like the head. So I guess the solution to this is to go back before. Yeah, we got to go back before all of this. Can we just, there might be a version we saved. Okay, cool. This is before we did that. All right, I'm going to play this while I delete out some stuff. Give me a minute.
Combat experience, genuine military training. This scene is cruel in a way more of this game needed to be to sell its tone. It may be contrived, it may have me questioning how this game lines up with Half-Life 2's timeline, but I think placing Mitchell at the assault on Black Mesa East, the attack which forced Gordon into Ravenholm, is one of the best moves this game made. After hours and hours, they're finally
I'm almost tempted to
spin on Half-Life. It's not all sunshine, however. Early on in this segment, Mitchell separates from his men to get around a choke point, and this leads into my complaint with this segment, and indeed a complaint I've had several times throughout this game. I have no idea what Mitchell is thinking. I get why we want to go around the turrets, but why are we leaving Black Mesa East? Why are we running around in the woods? Where the bloody hell are we going? If there is a line of dialogue pointing this out,
in
I
edit
could
mode,
not hear it. Because
for your,
to me, it
press
like
P
Mitchell
to
just up and
split
left.
by loose
This happened
parts.
back in Albuquerque.
Wait,
when
don't we want to
boarding the
join
train
them?
at the docks and at the beginning of City
This
17.
is normally why we
This is a
repo
game
and
of
don't
constant
use scopes.
paranoia,
Yeah, I
because
just
you are
wanted
never
things to
told what the
stop
game wants you to
being
do. There are
repo.
no objective pop-ups. Very few lines of dialogue from Mitchell
And
or
I'm
other
hoping that
characters
we want to
stating
join
what the
them.
goal of any
Okay.
given segment
So
is.
that's,
you are left to guess
if I recall
at so
correctly,
much. And at this
you
stage,
select all the.
Mitchell
Can I
has to
just move
plain be
this
psychic,
up in the
since
hierarchy?
He somehow knows that Gordon has left the building. So while his men are fighting and dying in Black Mesa East, he's fucked off. And as we ascend out of Black Mesa East,
No, you can't
a
really
shotgun
move
on
them.
the table transforms into a radio, and the shotgun falls through the floor. And we have to no-clip back down the elevator shaft to get it.
All right, Control
Ideally,
J.
you don't want your video game to do this. And we then take a flashlight onto the shotgun.
Why did the
Mitchell
ear
isn't
disappear?
allowed to leave the room until
Oh,
you do
because we
this.
haven't.
You then wander out into a ginormous pitch
Hold
black
on,
forest
give me a
filled
minute.
with zombies, and you just wander around in the dark for 20 minutes until you find the exit. This would be as bad as the docks if I still had expectations to lower. And hey, at least zombies are easier to evade than hunters and vorts. I get what this scene is going for, mind. It just does it very poorly. With the shotgun flashlight, you cannot see
I figured out what the quick button
and
is.
you have a narrow field of vision, so it wants you to be slow and wary, constantly checking your flanks. It's a fair idea, but I have unlimited sprint and limited interest. We soon come upon a manor that hurts my ears. This then leads us into the graveyard, lifted directly from the ending of Ravenholm. But Gordon has already come and gone, so Mitchell, for whatever reason, dives into a catacomb. And this leads out here.
What?
Hey guys, sorry I escaped, but where are we and why? We have a tiny skirmish, then Mitchell dives into another hole. At least this time we can barely hear our men on the other side of the map.
Okay, cool.
This leads out
It's
into
all
a
in one
massively
thing now.
simplified version of the Antlion Caves. There's so many health recovering grubs on the floor that I don't think it's much of a stretch to say that I've got infinite health. That and we never face Antlion workers.
Okay, so we do the same thing, but again, making sure armature is the last thing. And then it's fuck, what button did I need to press to get the thing to show up here?
An actual obstacle to progress.
Control
If I
P,
enjoy
thank
a
you.
game,
All
I
right.
will likely stick around for a fight anyway, you know, to pay my respects. But as I've outlined, this is trash, so farewell. Really, the caves are just dull. Fortunately, ironically, they're easy to navigate. I shouldn't complain, but in one of the few environments you could really be labyrinthine, you ended up with a straight line. Fuck, I hate when the only way forward is to rhyme.
One of the guys who founded the Pirate Bay just died. Hey, Paul Revere, how you doing?
Examples towards, and that
You
is
want the
that I was
armature active,
guessing
so
diving
select it
through this
last.
was the
Got
right
it.
way. And my guess was getting stretched further and further because
Automatic
the long
weights.
dive is put before the short dive. That is just
Okay, alright. Pray for me. Go into the armature. Edit mode. Pose mode. Okay. Interesting choice. That's not connected to anything. Yeah, nothing seems to be connected. Did I do something wrong at some point? I'm sorry. There's that delay issue still.
the wrong way around. You do the short dive first. You show the player that they're on the right track. Don't do the long dive first and then get bored of your own gimmick. After some terribly short platforming in the sewers this cave intersects, we come to hunt down the Freeman's take on Highway 17.
You did everything, every step correctly. This is something I've done myself.
It's just that it handles and makes
Please
exactly
trust
the
that
same noise as a
splitting
buggy
by loose
and
parts somehow
as a
makes a
buggy.
difference.
It just lacks any sort of offensive option. So, really, it's a downgrade.
So,
the road ahead is, for
I
whatever
shouldn't
reason,
have joined them all
absolutely
together.
Lousy with Rebels. The bike offers little protection, and I am really disappointed that this game won't let me fire one-handed as I ride. We were just given a Scorpion in our pistol slot, and this feels like a big missed opportunity. This section is really oddly paced besides. Halfway through the first stage, you have to abandon the motorbike by the riverbed, climb a wall, and proceed to do the longest stretch of road on foot. Then, after clearing a rather plain and open mansion which seems to exist purely to house a gate control, you open
Then you
the
can-
level exit. And sitting by the loading screen is a new
Oh.
bike. How serendipitous. There is another problem, however.
That sounds stupid.
Going through a loading screen on a motorbike will cause the game to crash. So, beyond the loading screen, there is another spare motorbike. And beyond that is 2 whole stages of just driving down a straight road with no enemies.
The
2
fuck?
entire stages.
Why?
Well, I mean, that's a bit of a lie. One of them also features no driving since, you know, this time they forgot to give me a spare motorbike to avoid the crash. So, 1 stage of driving and
my
1
God.
of flying, because I ain't running this shit. We know Gordon's at Nova Prospect somehow, so we've got to hurry.
Alright,
Anyway,
so
jumping
then
back for a moment,
control...
while we're driving, doing nothing, let's
Wait, it
reflect
was
a little bit.
control
This
J,
format
control
is
P.
really
I've
more
selected
than
all the
this game
meshes.
deserves. I know it's not going to get
Edit
many
mode
defenders,
them.
if any, and for good reasons, both within the game
And
and
I've
without.
selected the
My
armature
expectations
last.
for this game were low. To give you an idea, I first learned of this game in December 2017.
Do me a favor,
late to
select the
party,
meshes
I
and
know,
go into
but
edit
I was
mode.
excited for a bad game me and Noonum could bullshit
Vertex
over on
group.
commentary comms. But my low expectations were way too high. And they've taken a beating. I am consistently blown
Green
away
triangle.
by how poor this game turned out. It runs
Edit
the
mode
gamut
them.
from boring to disorienting to frustrating
we're in
to
edit
downright
mode?
broken. And exactly one stage reaches the giddy heights of not awful. And I had to read a lot more into it than what the game was likely doing on purpose. I have no faith in the writing of this game that they meant what I saw in it. And when I say it was not awful, it's not because it was good. All it did was avoid the pitfalls the rest of this game was diving into head first. It just forgot to make every room 5 times too big and put random needless corridors everywhere. I don't want games to be terrible so I have bad games to review. I want people to make the things they want to make and I want to play good games, but I appreciate bad jank ones for what it can tell you about good games. I think this game is a worthwhile endeavor to play if you want to learn how not to
You're
make a
editing
game.
the
That is
armature right
only
now.
value I can see in it. The genuine value is that this game is a teaching tool. You just got to question whether it's worth buying it for so many reasons beyond its quality. Anyway, after 2 stages of no enemies, how about a third? We beat our feet through Nova Prospect, trying to catch Gordon and Alex before they can activate the teleport. But we're just a moment too late. Nova Prospect begins to collapse.
Okay, yeah,
And the
go
door
to
up
edit
the
mode,
corridors
deselect
back opens
everything.
For some reason.
Something
And
went
after
wrong,
blindly
don't know
wandering
why.
this exploding room for 5 minutes, I double back and notice it. We drop down a vent directly into the sewers, and I guess it was the rebel capture sluice, because in the next scene Mitchell is imprisoned. Fortunately for us, Sasha, the rebel spy, sporting
edit.
what looks like a loaf of bread atop her head, is here to spring us.
I unlocked
Okay,
the door,
so we got 'em
but
all
you
now.
have to wait a few minutes. Then start making your way to the monitor room.
Okay, should be good to go. What follows is
They're
a
all
stealth
selected.
segment I can't say
Figured
I
that's
solved,
where we're
but I
going
did
with
get
this.
to the other side of it. Look, I tried, but there's no signposting. It's like the spotlight puzzle. You could just get through
Press
it one
A
by
to select all geometry.
one. I can take the
Okay.
hit, so I may as well.
Done? I accidentally hit S as
Giant
well?
room, escape by
What am I
noticing
doing for Pi
all
Day?
invisible
Surviving. What are you doing?
Sasha butters
Edit
Mitchell
mode.
up, which is
A.
dangerous, because this gets him
Okay.
talking about how horrible he is.
And I remember you saving those children. I always saw you.
Oh
as
my
a
god, her
hero
hair.
day.
Hero? You're talking to a villain, my dear. The hero inside of me died.
An edgy
many,
anime
many
boy?
years
What?
ago when I was young.
When I was in my shonen phase? What the fuck are these subtitles?
Hang on a second. No, I see you haven't read the store page, Sash. He's not.
Do you think that people really want to try to kill Gordon Freeman?
P for
Well,
loose
if
parts.
they don't want, they don't have to play. But this is a real experience, and when you play this game, you will feel like, dude, that's Freeman, man. Because if you just think about it, how many people that Gordon Freeman killed?
After the factory. What happened?
Me and my father got out of the factory.
Oh,
We were
that's
walking around
edited
the
version of Scout's
The
mom?
moment we thought we were going to die, help arrived. A man
Okay.
in a suit.
A man in a
What?
suit?
Yes, a man in a suit.
Sasha, are you sure that wasn't your father?
Did Mitchell really just suggest that Boris gain the powers of teleportation and save himself? Besides anything else, is he just against anyone getting
Select all of
G-Man
these
deals now?
and then the
Did he
armature
seriously
last. So
not
they're
pick
already
up
all
what Boris
selected,
was
so I'm
putting
just
down
gonna
earlier?
click on
And then he asked what
armature
the deal was.
as the last one.
I think I remember the deal. He had to help.
Whoa. It's you.
I mean, yeah, if anyone's gonna
real
betray
talk,
us, that would be the
partly
guy.
my fault. Throughout my first playthrough, I could not differentiate Nick and Adam. They are clearly different people, but I kept thinking they were just always Nick. And after the time skip, you barely see anyone's new models. This is a big issue. Adam is meant to be a pivotal character, but he has so little going on and appears so little, and in this shot that's meant to be a big twist, I couldn't get anything out of it.
Mitchell?
How did he not get hit by the fucking bullet at point blank range?
But then as we make it to the exit, he locks us out. Mitchell's confused.
What the hell are you doing?
Keeping my promise.
Adam, open this goddamn door right now.
Do you remember the first time we met?
Buddy, I don't remember you.
This is just part of the deal.
What deal? What the hell are you talking about?
Follow the tunnel, Mitchell. He's waiting for you on the other side.
What?
There wasn't even blood splatter, yeah. Like there was an exit hole. Where the fuck did it exit out?
Part of the deal. Go now.
Like at least do the thing like God, whoever the song Nice shot, man.
Mitchell, at last.
You used me.
Let me correct you, Mr. Mitchell. We used each other.
Okay, I love the G-Man so much. You've turned him into a fucking monkey's paw.
Where like blood dribbles out the nose or whatever.
Big twists. The big Kojima-styled moment that this whole story has been building towards.
The G-Man voice is acceptable.
That's happened so far.
Not the same guy.
Gordon.
Like they did their
It was
best.
Adam.
And honestly, out of the people here, he's the least egregious.
Betray me.
He never betrayed. You simply cannot betray someone if you were never on their side.
The game proceeds to show the same cutscene, first forwards, then in case you don't get it, backwards, then in case it's really not settling in, from Adam's perspective.
What?
Which is a really weird cut, considering that he's been the shady character. I don't know, being in his head would really give it a new angle, but, you know, you got to drag these out somehow.
Wait, so it's not even
Really
Freeman
slow
who's the bad guy?
5-second long pause cutscenes just haven't been slow enough. It's been too long since anything, you know, fun or entertaining has happened in them. Like, could Pyrocynical just run in right now and, you know, give us a line?
It was never Gordon. Oh, okay.
Fuck me. We weren't spared in Black Mesa so we could make a boathouse for boys and get
Why does he
revenge.
look like
If Sasha
bootleg
dead,
Germa?
The Combine will split their forces and hunt us. We were a 20-year in the making distraction. A footnote. Also, Gordon could escape a little bit easier. I see what you're going for. It's just that I hate it. What a time waste. You're trying to make this sensible. You're going for so little impact that you could actually slot this garbage into canon, and all it took was writing the G-Man as an omniscient trickster, because his plan depends on so many coincidences and people surviving that if he was betting this all on luck, he'd be dumber than Mitchell. I'm not the biggest Half-Life fan, but I get that the G-Man is a bit of a manipulator, but he isn't fucking foolproof. Not to mention, shouldn't this change nothing about Mitchell's
Also, his
feelings
scars
towards
have
Gordon?
finally healed?
Did you not want revenge for him killing your brothers in arms, which is still true? Or was it just because he personally beat you up? A faceless grunt. You big baby bitch, fuck you. Oh well, the 20-year hustle's done.
And since our agreement is finished, you have our permission to die. Farewell, Mr. Mitchell.
I always thought it was weird that he was rigged with his briefcase in his hand.
Then you don't die, you dumbass.
What? If this was a source filmmaker project that someone
I love
uploaded to
G-Man's little
YouTube,
smile there. It says to me, is this man for real? I just wasted 20 years of his life and he wants seconds? Like, what is this? And so, we arrive at those rocks. After a whole game that has set us loose in large barren fields and hoped for the best, that had a knife knock over a fence, that never tells you between fight or flight, that never lets you into Mitchell's mind, that never communicates what it wants you to do, that had British people playing US military, the game lets you know, hey, look out for some rocks. And then they never fall. The one good piece of diegetic direction the game has just given you is a misdirection. This is a game with many, many troubles. But the one big sticking point, the one overriding flaw, which unifies so many of the little ones, is direction. Not like the director, even if he too is a problem, but of directing the player, fitting for a game called Hunt Down the Freeman, where Freeman never actually appears. I said this wasn't the worst game I've played, but the worst experience I've had playing one. It's just put together enough to beat, but so massively inconvenient. Could I even say I've beaten it? I had to no-clip through one stage. So many other reviewers, I've watched other reviews, they've had to do the same. It's a first-person shooter that lacks any and all cues, visual, auditory, and meta. It's so unrelentingly ugly, nonsensical, and jumpy. You never
like
know
the
what you
overall
ought to be doing
concept
and
of
why.
a
You
guy
have only the
being
barest of
tricked into
motivations.
killing
Rarely does
or going
anything
after
trying
the
to
wrong
understand
guys
what's going on at
is
any one
fine.
moment. The
It's
player
just
shouldn't be hunting down the Freeman, but the designers
they did it
should be
shit.
hunting their own Freeman. to see what Half-Life could teach them. God, I am the biggest wanker on earth for writing.
Nah, you've just been listening to that
in one
dialogue for a
final
while.
little
It got
trick,
in your head.
The biggest, most eye-catching exit to this room leads you not out onto a walkway, but a pipe.
What?
I assumed there was glass. My mind inserted it there, but there wasn't.
Like, the lighting on him looks really, like they did a pretty good job. If this had just been a fan YouTube project, people would say it's amazing. You know?
Adrian?
What?
And if you die in this map, which is the finale, by the way, you get one of 2 cutscenes. And I got that one. Yep, one final twist. Everyone was calling Mitchell by his first name, the informal buggers. He's Mitchell Shepard, brother of Adrian Shepard. You're gilding the lily a little bit there, Royal Rudius. It's a meaningless reveal which only serves to make Mitchell look even sillier as a character. It's a bit Mary Sue-ish.
Wait,
I'm
what?
going to say. And
He's
as we stand
whose
in some
brother?
random tower in the sea, we give Nick a ring. Adam's somehow on the ship telling Porkies, saying we're dead. And Mitchell tells what really went down.
He killed Sasha.
Shepard, okay, I haven't played that one, so sure.
Why would he do something like that?
Where's Freeman?
Nobody knows.
Why do you even care about Freeman at this point?
Okay, so the G-Man has to know that we'll survive. The interpretation has to be that he's fucking omniscient. We're providing a distraction for a man who has disappeared for the next fortnight. God, this game's writing is so bad. I
What?
don't know if they mean for G-Man to be that omniscient figure, or if they've just mishandled everything. They've either misinterpreted a character or messed up on their own merits, and I don't know which. Man, if we die here, that'll just be egg on G-Man's face. Anyway, Nick says he'll be here in 15 minutes, and he means it. 15 minutes, a quarter of a sodding hour, defending this tower. I don't know why little rhymes keep happening. I'm so sorry.
I don't think I can survive that long.
Look, you have to, Mitchell. Set some defenses. Be smart.
I'll try my best.
Good luck, old friend. God be with you.
You've hated me for the last 20 years, and the last time we spoke, you rightly accused Mitchell of destroying everything you two had built, old friend. This finale is really, really easy. As save for one helicopter drop-off, the Combine only attack from one direction, despite there being 2 bridges. It's just the same wave of enemies, over and over again. Might I
For
repeat,
15 minutes?
15 minutes. Not to mention, the game has given us turrets. Again, a thing that you would only know if you played Half-Life. And for whatever reason, they shoot the Combine but not us. Oh, fuck it, G-Man willed it. And well, at one point during this, I spent well over a minute
wants
not
set
pressing
pieces
any
but
buttons,
didn't know how they
since the
worked.
Combine just cannot handle turrets. I popped all of them facing the entrance they used, and none of them ever noticed the corpse pile. 15 minutes. This game never learned restraint.
15 minutes of
Nick
just
arrives
standing
back at
there.
the Avalon Vale with some unexpected cargo. And I'm just gonna let most of this play out. You've earned it.
No, I think I've got the vibe, LT, but...
Impossible.
If necessary. This is so bad.
Adam!
Wait. Why are you welding a ladder? Who are these other people? This should have been just a YouTube movie. It would have been so good as a YouTube movie because people would have not have given a shit about the plot inconsistencies because the animation's pretty fucking solid. Like, not great, but as far as like YouTube source filmmaker animations, it's pretty good.
Mitchell, look, I can explain.
You lied to me.
No, that wasn't the deal. He told me.
Shoot him in the dick
You
again.
betrayed me. You used me. You fucked up my face. And now...
Mitch, please.
I can explain.
You have my permission to die.
I guess Mitchell thought it was cool when the G-Man said it. Also, you fucked up my face. Good to know the character arc of this game was Mitchell learning how to crack a joke. And so, Mitchell has one final order.
Turn the ship.
Who are you talking
We're going
to?
Borealis.
No, you're not. And thus ends Half-Life 3. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to do a joke that easy, but I'm usurping the inevitable Half-Life 3 joke in the comments. It's a game that is very, very hard to enjoy, and not worth the effort trying. It's hard to even enjoy ironically, for all the cheesiness and awkward loftiness
Like, as
of the
a B-movie
cutscenes, the bizarre
style,
sidetracks into
like,
downright
fan
goofy
animation, it's
characters,
fine.
The story mistaken
As a
characters
game,
talking about how sad they
like,
are for a
okay,
bleak atmosphere.
let's talk about the problems with this game. Like, a lot of it is gameplay. The plot is stupid, but it's B-movie stupid where if you think about it more than 5 seconds, it doesn't make sense. But if you don't think about it at all, it's fine. Right? Like, I feel like you could stitch together just the cutscenes and it make enough sense that it would be go. I mean, I'm getting the plot obviously from this video, so I don't know everything. Hello, Abby. I've seen shit movies like this before. Yeah, a Marvel movie would be a good example. Hi, Abby. I don't know when she'll be home. Soon. We'll have to do Voices of the Void tomorrow, and we'll do a long Voices of the Void. Because I have a feeling that this is gonna just be like, this might be a project that I do while I'm trying to go to sleep instead of Balatro or something. Less is more sometimes, because like they will try and fill in the gaps, you know, like with the whole thing, like with what's going on with the vampire from the town of nowhere. Like you don't need to. The more you think about it, the less sense it makes to some degree, but it works. Hello. Hi. 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 Okay, automatic waits is the last step. So do I need to join these together? Or are we just automatic waiting them? Oh. Oh, no, I'm good without printing it. Thank you, though. Wrong window. Solid points. Can you see Abby? Hold on. Abigail? Come here. Ugh. Here she is. Wait, you don't have the camera on. Hold on. She likes to talk, man. She really likes to talk. So, like, at what point did they think it was going to be, like, okay for them to do that on Valve service? Here's Abby. Snert, snert? Is that true? What do you mean? I love you. Oh, those are some big purrs. Blender is not responding. I think we figured out that this is not gonna work. Let it cook? Okay. Okay, we'll just let this cook. I mean, I am also streaming it, which could be part of the problem. Let's watch the rest of this video.
There are hours of tedious gameplay breaking them up. This game started as a mistake and never stopped making it. It attached itself to an IP that twice over revolutionized first-person shooters, that introduced new methods to tell a story within its medium, that's made by a studio that used to get taken the piss out of for playtesting and idiot-proofing their games to a
let's not dig our
ludicrous
nails
degree,
into my
and then
skin.
made the most confusing, inept series of stages that I have ever played. Even in the first level, that
It
tiny
hurts.
segment in Black Mesa, I got lost. Your eye is drawn to all the wrong places. Why would you approach what looks like a giant wall and expect it to open? It took Half-Life and made an attempt at a tactical shooter, where there is no tactics and the shooting.
Your beans are so sharp.
If I have any compliments for this game, they could only ever be backhanded. The ambition of a 20-year revenge plot is admirable, but it doesn't deliver. Black Mesa East isn't as terrible as everything else. I enjoyed cheeky Medkit Boy, but damn was he needless. You really did
Oh, I'm
well
not
getting
doing
a scam
shit
onto
with
the
Blender
forefront
right
with the
now.
owner's
It
IP
is
on
not
That was brave
responding.
of you. Did you mistake weapon variety for just
Must have
having
been
a
too
lot
many
of weapons?
pieces.
I can see them trying to be clever and putting new spins on old Half-Life chapters, but it doesn't do any of them right. Alaska takes notes from sand traps. Highway 17 is Highway 17. The arrival at City 17 mirrors Gordon's entry into the city. Each of these familiar elements are blindly interpreted. All it really does is show how tightly designed Half-Life 2 is. Hunt Down the Freeman really is a fitting title. I'm trying to find any traces of Half-Life's identity or quality beyond surface level aesthetics, which it also gets wrong. But I'm finding nothing. And that brings us
I'd
to
say
the
it
end
before we did this.
of
It's
the
fine.
7-hour chore. If you enjoyed this video and want to support the creation of further episodes of Playing, please support me on Patreon. People
Hideo
who pledge $5
Kojima?
or more will
Leave
get
his
access to bonus
fucking name
videos
out
where
of
I
your
answer
mouth.
questions and test out things that have been requested of me. Everyone will get thanks in the comments, and you can also get access to my scripts and other materials. A big thank you to my patrons: Roomba-san, DBZ King 119, Noonam, Sigurd, Tomascos, Armin Reddy, Austin, Wagman, Alt F4 Games, Samson, Arthur D. Gonzalez Martin, Corrupted, Cages John Leonis, Zeno, Nick Morrow, Jonathan Gutierrez, Wrights, Elowin, The Tried Piper, Bran, Jonathan Hume, Tom Hughes, Jack Saint, Wraith, Hate
Okay, I've selected everything.
I Love OP, a JoJo reference.
I have as little spare
Cody
pieces.
Drager,
Well, why don't we just
Psycho
not
Soda Pop,
combine? No.
Stir the Khajiit,
Why don't we just not
Andreas
combine
Huber,
them and then instead
Kurt
try
Leodedra,
and...
Neoji,
Did we do this yet?
Similar Dude, Liam Esco, Sentry Down, Broken Music Nerd, Above Up, Hart Corvian, Sinulia, Dylan Stewart, Lyndon Swift, Usharak, Kyle Ryan, and Cypher. And Josh King. You came after I recorded, but I've still got you. Thank you all so much. I hope you've enjoyed this journey. I enjoyed it in parts, I think. My throat hurts. I gotta stop doing these in one burst. Again, thank you all so much.
Oh? The lag's a lot. Oh. Okay, that one didn't work. That's okay. Maybe the rest of it works. I have no idea what the fuck that's connected to. Wait, was it connected to his jaw? Okay, that's connected to his teeth for some fucking reason. His mouth works. It's laggy, but it worked. Okay. All right, that arm works. Like, this actually worked for the most part. Okay, that's got some issues, obviously. Oh, Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. It's so almost right. How many polys does this guy have right now? Fuck, where is that? It's up here, I think. It's options. I don't know how to check that, but I know it's around. Bottom right. 18,000 faces? 19,000, almost 20,000 tries. How big of an issue is that? Okay, is there a way we can redo this but not connect up the arm or do the can we manually change things with the arm? The arm and the tongue need to be redone. We can. Okay, cool. Weight painting. The geometry is still super fucked. What's wrong with it? His head do the thing. And go rah 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 rah. He's bootleg Retopology. Retopology. I mean, that one tooth is just on a mission for some reason outside the body. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Looks like you have two copies of the mess on top of each other. I know what you mean, because, like, the cracks in him, but, like, I don't. The decimation is going to make weight painting super annoying. So you made, like, overly ambitious shit. Did you enable... No. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be touching the GPU at all. OBS is, however, eating all of the GPU. Yeah, it's free. It runs on fucking anything. Go to edit. Preferences. Interface? No. Themes, viewport, editing. System. Memory cache. Proxy setup. Register, unregister. What the fuck? CUDA is set to my... Okay. It does all seem to be connected to my thing. You need CUDA selected. Oh, okay. So I haven't selected CUDA yet somewhere, but, like, otherwise he uses this. Okay, so I click that. And then, all right, let's check and see if it's being a chunky monkey now. If it's doing anything to the, Oh, GPU just had a little, like, whoo moment. All right, okay, still laggy as shit. Might have something to do with the fact that OBS is also using the same GPU, but I mean, like, you know, aside from that, it's not supposed to lag. Yeah, it's probably because it's not retopolated all that well. It's not even at this scale. Okay. Are there any thingy-majiggies on? Doesn't seem like it. Streaming, watching YouTube, and also doing this all might be contributing. Yeah. Let's just window, browser, display, game capture, YouTube. There we are. You're in pose mode. Okay. Object. This one I didn't do the thing. I need to apply. Is it going to be okay for me to apply this now? In fact, oh no. We didn't reapply them. Oops. Let's not apply the armature. I don't know what the fuck that does. Maybe if I bet you that's it, because it's not actually applied the decimation yet, so it doesn't know what to do with the shit that's going on. I bet you that's the issue. I bet you it's a lot less laggy. Applying the armature removes its functionality. Seems very backwards, but definitely like it did. Okay, so now pose mode. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, so it just hadn't actually applied all the decimation shit. And now it moves normal. And it looks pretty okay, you know, more or less. We got to fix the messed up hand, but like, you know. Also, his tongue is kind of weird, but it's like not the most egregious thing in the world. I just wish it was less weird. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. As long as the tongue moves with the jaw, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see the bottom of the jaw. It'll be fine. All right, so let's fix the arm here. Except the arms that need manual weight painting, that will cause you physical pain when you're doing heavily decimated geometry. I suppose we can manually weight paint. Okay, so how do I do that from here? Alternatively, what if, and I know everyone's gonna be like, the fuck, Rev, what if I manually retopolite just the fucked up arm, since it's the only one that the program didn't figure out how to do? Thanks, iSim for Liches. I'll see you later, man. That is a terrible idea, but it could work. That's how you know you're here. Something pain without painting. Right, yeah. Okay. Do I have to undo what's been done? You are scaring the hose. I have made models for 20 fucking years, Rev. Uh-huh. Never did this. That's a great sign. That means I'm doing it right. Raylor is having a great time because normally, like, they have to deal with my bullshittery like this. But today, someone else is having to deal with it. And just sit back and enjoy, Raylor. Like, you deserve this for how much coding help you've given me. I apologize to everyone else. All right, how about this? Save as. God has forsaken us. I'm surprised at how well this worked. This gives me the urge to continue learning Blender. That should not be what this does for you. I'm fairly certain I've done it wrong. We got like minutes to go before wife gets home. See, I don't know what it means to weight paint manually. So I don't really know like how much of a problem I've made. Okay. You will learn. All right. You will do a very simple one as a test. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this arm. Object mode. Okay. Select object. Wait, Control P maybe? Object. Now change to painting mode, same menu. Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine, Kibby. You're fine. It's all in good fun. No. You're fine. You have taught me well. I have ignored your instructions, but you've taught me well. All right. Weight paint. That's a horrifying set of things that are happening right now. All right. So let's not press that button. He's blue now. I blew him. Blue is no weight on the bone. Okay. Oh. That's the issue of Decimate. Yeah. No, it looks great. Don't worry about it. Wait, why are you flattening? And how does it know which one to... Oh, Bone 19. Which one's Bone 19? Let's find out. Hello? Object mode. Okay, so like, let's undo whatever the fuck I just did there. Because I definitely did it wrong. Like his layers, Rev will never name his... Okay. Alright. Object mode? Who are you? Okay, maybe I have to go into, like, pose mode? Who are you? Okay. So 13 is connected to 16 and 17. All right, 17. Crab shoulder. Spelled shoulder wrong, but don't worry about it. Crab forearm. You know what's great about this? Like, there are so many different disciplines of people who know exactly what they're doing, very confused and upset throughout the entire process of me making shit. And each step, someone else gets to be confused and upset. For everyone who's just here, they're like, yeah, it's fine. Oh, this is crab forearm. And this is the bicep. Weird finger. Hello? Welcome home, my love. I should wrap up then. I'll finish naming these and Okay. I love you. Tilda home safely. I think I will go ahead and wrap up though. She's got to make some important phone calls before the day ends. Wife thinks that this guy's creepy. I don't know what to call these bones. We just have to know that they're part of Weird Finger. What are you? Thumb. Second wrist. Pinky. Ring. Middle. Okay. The ribs will be animated as well, but they seem like they actually worked. You kind of made a bat without the web wings. I guess I did. Yeah, I should name all of them. I just don't know what to name them yet. But I As that my wife is home, I should probably wrap it up. I can do that off stream. See, anything else that we need to do? Let's check and see if there's any art. Probably not, but we'll check. Nothing there. No new rev art. Okay. Are we gonna get an emote of this? We probably should, honestly. Oh, well, why don't we raid Zot then? Does that sound good to y'all? Fred is also streaming Voices of the Void. So, like, if you really, really need your Voices of the Void, he is there doing it. Let's raid Zot. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow with probably just Voices of the Void and maybe a little bit of this after Voices of the Void once I get a little tired of it. That seems like a better way to do it. Free grenades. Sure. It's kind of horrible, but yes, sure. I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.